hello, 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 hello. Hi, hello. I need to have a little bit more energy coming in. Hi, what's up? Are you guys excited? I'm excited. Hello. I'm ready for this episode to be substantially longer than the last one in terms of footage, in terms of CR, and shake out to be way less time IRL. I don't think that'll actually happen. That's mostly a joke. But I'm excited anyway. You slice it. Let's see. Hi, Caught Dingoes. Hello, hello. What's up? I think everything's good on here. We're live on YouTube, on Twitch, everywhere that you could possibly want to watch. And we are going to do 6D8, which I obviously have ready and pulled up because I'm a professional. Hello. My YouTube has been weird all day. Here's hoping it doesn't affect stream. Cross your fingers. My YouTube was also slightly weird, but for different. I think it was all my fault. I don't think it was actually real. But I'm going to set up all the notes. I think we're there. Hello, Ebster. I said I'm watching live. Hell yeah, me too. Ready for everyone to die. That immediately brings me into my takeaway, because the takeaway is short, yet I think sweet, which is that everything has gone right for Vox Machina last episode. Over the past two streams, over the episode 67 streams, I kind of talked about Matt not necessarily like resting on his laurels, but like, letting the dominoes that he has set up play out. He is just letting the things that have been put into place sort of activate and flow through just their natural consequences. And his players did great with that. And this is the shopping episode. Yeah, this is obviously the shopping episode. The Island of Glass has a really nice corner store, really nice little farmer's market that they're gonna visit. But everything went right, and I think rightfully so. I think that it's a good kind of time for everything to go right. Is when the players are just interacting with all the dominoes that you've set up, they're going through it, they're role-playing, they're figuring things out. It's a good time for everything to go right. The airship works out. It ends up being free so that they don't have to do, any like complicated haggling or debate on it. I think it was and this is one of the reasons that, again, D&D economies are so strange, is because a lot of times complicated economic activity is not fun. Sometimes it is. I love money and numbers and like dealing with supply and demand. I think that is fun in a lot of cases. But in others, you want to get to the Ripley hunt. You don't want to have to haggle over the economic worth of an airship. You just want to take the airship and go get Ripley. So I think it's a good time to make it free. I think it's a good reward for everything that they did with Jamon and Devosa. And so we kind of accelerated through that. And then we accelerated through, I anticipated at first the airship travel sequence being much longer. I expected it to be more involved. And this, reveals some of my travel bias, or I guess bias towards travel and like discovery and making all those sorts of things interesting. But I think that the way that Matt ran it made sense for what I think are his interests and probably his table's interests. And then the entire sequence once they actually got to Glintshore, or the storm area, the archipelago, of the control weather, of the entire way that they interacted with the ship. I think it was kind of a, how would I say it? Almost a, what's the not a glory lap. What's the term for that? I can't remember it, but it was just like a show-off moment where they got to just do a bunch of cool stuff, fuck with this ship, and the poor souls that were on it. Victory lap, thank you, victory lap. Yeah, it was kind of a almost victory lap-esque, and I think that's all great, especially when you're kind of, again, just letting the consequences of all of these dominoes that you've set up just kind of play out. Perfect time for a victory lap. Perfect time to like skate through some of the more complicated stuff and just, making the airship free. Everything is great. And then you turn up the heat. This is where I'm expecting this combat that I'm sure is coming. I don't think they're going to work this out peacefully. And, I'll say, before I saw the time codes, I was already expecting a combat. So I don't think that this is, like, crazy to see. But yeah, I saw that this episode is combat heavy in the time codes. Not much of a spoiler to me. But I hope that this is one of the most challenging combats that they've had in a while, because they just had a large example of all of the positive fruits of their labor, of the connections that they've made, of the strategies that they are employing, these new higher leveled spells that some of them have access to. All of these things are kind of symbols of their progress. And now we ramp up the challenge. And this is where sometimes I talk about like player targeting, either positively or negatively sounds bad, but like I think like aggressively or beneficially maybe. This is a time where I would specifically target some of the characters for this upcoming combat. I don't think that Ripley is going to change at all. I think Ripley probably has a stat block or a stat sheet that's been relatively static for a while. But she has 4 to 5, I think 5 party members that we know next to nothing about. Now, they could obviously and easily just be a mirror for the party and, have very similar stat blocks. Or, and I think this would make a ton of sense, there's a very diegetic explanation for Ripley recruiting people that specifically counter party members. You know what I'm saying? Like, each one of her party members can be, in fiction, chosen to specifically counter a member of Vox Machina because she views them as the biggest threat to her overall success. And then as a DM, from the Doyleist perspective, you can use that to really challenge your players, to really specifically challenge. After they've gotten this big victory lap, they are confronted with a combat that specifically picks at their weaknesses. Shows them, yeah, you're strong, you're powerful, you just blew through this entire, what might have been like a multi-session like mini arc when you're level like 1 to 5. You blow through that in half a session. Sure, you're powerful, but you ain't all that, not yet. So that's what I'm hoping for. I'm really hoping for a big turn up of the heat. I'm hoping for some specific player targeting that will really challenge them in this upcoming combat. And what I'm really specifically looking for, and this is negative player targeting and positive, so like all of that, might be what I would call like negative, but that sounds bad. Maybe aggressive player targeting, challenging player targeting. But I'm also really wanting to see either in the combat or in the dungeon. Frankly, something that challenges Grog specifically and like plays to his strengths. Because I can't remember, off the top of my head at least, the last time that there was a real honest to God like Grog strength challenge or test. Really since like maybe Sphinx Mountain? If I'm remembering correctly. Obviously everything around Kevdak was very Grog centered, but it wasn't really a place for him to like show off his abilities. It was just related to his backstory, which is great. I thought that the Kevdak fight was awesome. But I'm really hoping for something, and I wouldn't do exactly this, but something akin to the we need to hold a door open, and the strong person has to hold the door open, or like hold the boulder back. I don't know. Something akin to that. Because we talk about sometimes like, oh, Matt put in the Devosa fight. Well, not the fight against Devosa, but the fight against the golem controlled by Devosa / Jamon. Put that in for Travis. But he put it in for Travis, the player, not necessarily for Grog, the character. Now, actually, to be fair, that is actually somewhat of a degree, because I think Grog pushed the golem out of the window, right? Am I remembering that correctly? I guess that is an example of Grog being able to show off his specific talents and abilities. But it didn't, at least to me, the combat didn't scream, that's the solution. It didn't scream like this is a specific challenge that Grog is best suited to solve. That just felt like them being clever, if I'm even remembering it correctly. That just felt like a clever solution that utilized Grog's abilities. But I'm looking for a specific challenge that is specifically strength-oriented. Because I don't feel like we've had something where I'm like, Grog is the only answer here. Or at least the person that is best suited. Unlike, maybe something like the Storm, with Keyleth being clearly the best suited to address that challenge. Even before she got Control Weather, I would have considered the Druid the one that is best suited towards navigating the Storm, even with something like Find the Path. Yeah, Grog pushed the golem, but I don't think Matt had planned that. Yeah, I don't think so either. But I think that was them, being very cool and clever. But yeah, I'm looking for something along those lines. What's up, Alternate? Welcome. Ripley obviously has already been killed by Gorilla, yeah? I love me when the Doyle's reason and the Watsonian reason are the same. I just find it satisfying. It happens so rarely that it lines up so distinctly. But Ripley has gotten a very first-hand view of what the party can do in person, and then even more throughout her ostensible monitoring of them via the gun. So she has a really good understanding of the party. She's very smart, and it makes total sense that she would, put together a party specifically to counter Vox Machina. So I'm super, super excited for that. I really hope that that's the direction that Matt goes with it. It might not be. He might have something else, up his sleeve. But I think that would be a cool place to take it. Ripley's magic users seemings everyone into Pike. Yeah, that'd be good. And then so that's my takeaway, is that I think that there's a really good setup. I think that the last session went really well. I think it was well placed. It was well timed. And I have confidence that I think it's good that there's a combat this session. And I'm really hoping it's a very difficult combat. That's my real hope. The things you're talking about are the reason why intelligent enemies should be way scarier than big brutes. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. and playing to a creature's intelligence. Like, I think when you want to, I think that there are levels to this of like satisfaction for the players, because like taking down a big brute, right, that isn't that intelligent. To use an example, maybe like the Behir or the dead giants, like the zombie giants. I'm trying to think of a non-intelligent enemy that they've fought very recently. I can't. Oh, I mean the golem. The golem. Yeah. Actually, the golem's a great example. The Jamon golem. Really, really good example of a big brute that is fairly predictable and really allows the players to exert their cleverness. It's an opportunity for your kind of maybe your more strategic players. I think it's a really good opportunity for maybe players that lean like wargamer to an extent. It's a good opportunity for them to kind of show off and like kind of show either their knowledge of the system or their particular build and how it really interacts with this brute, because once they identify the pattern of a brute, it's like a Dark Souls boss. You know, they identify the pattern and it follows the pattern. It doesn't adapt. And that can be a cool opportunity for a smart and clever player to show off. But on the other hand, when you start to want to challenge them, which I think Ripley, again, is perfect for, yeah, you want a smart enemy. I think that's going to be a much easier, or maybe not much easier. A smart enemy offers easier encounter building options for being challenging, if that makes sense. Like, it's way easier to make a challenging encounter with intelligent enemies. There's a very classic example of Tucker's kobolds, where kobolds are not scary, but if you play them intelligently, they can be very scary. And Tucker's kobolds is sort of an example that has looped back around into being almost unhelpful, because it's like, oh yeah, you know, any enemy can take on any party if you give them enough equipment and setup and all this. But I think it's still a good example for this particular discussion, you know? Yeah. If you want your players to win sympathetically, go big brutes. If you want your players to run screaming from the room, yeah. The last time they met, Ripley VM was all wearing illusions of Percy and Cassandra. That's very funny. And I think you are right. But she's still been spying on them via the audio link in the gun. So I think it's easy enough to assume that that she knows quite a bit about them at this point. Yeah. Ripley had fled before they even met Cassandra. Oh, that is true. Either way, she met them in general the first time, and then she's been spying on them via the phone link for a while now. But yeah, so I'm very, very excited to see what Matt has cooked up. The other thing that I wanted to do, I'm not going to go deep into it. I am cutting myself off, but I think that we obviously had a long tangent last time about foreshadowing and more specifically railroading and sandbox versus railroad, linear versus non-linear. And I'm not even going to go back into it at all. But I do think that there are some interesting things that I identified that I mostly just wanted to share with you guys, because I know that it felt very repetitive. And I definitely saw that on rewatch. But during it, I was coming to a deeper understanding, and I was trying to figure things out. And so I think that there's a couple of interesting things when it comes to linearity versus non-linearity. And when those things feel good, and I think it totally depends on the players and the tables, because there's a lot of factors towards linear and nonlinear. Any given story, any given sequence, even in your games, is going to have a mix of these things. And I think that one of the factors that I kind of identified is what I called kind of the zoom level. So this is like when we're considering a sequence, is it like the moment to moment action? You know, how linear versus non-linear is it? Someone used, oh, thank you. It's a baked potato. Yay. Baked potato. Someone used Breath of the Wild as a great example of linearity at different levels of zoom, right? So in the moment to moment, Breath of the Wild is very incredibly nonlinear. Yeah, you have so many options in how you engage with any given challenge. But if you zoom out another layer, it gets a little bit less nonlinear. It gets a little bit more linear, where you have a lot of options in how to engage with them, but most of those options need to fall into the category of violence. You have a lot of options on how to enact that violence, but it's violence at the end of the day, most of the time. And then if you zoom out another layer, you have to kill Ganon. It actually becomes quite linear. It is take on the divine beasts, however many you want. Still a relative amount of non-linearity there. And then go fight Ganon. So as you zoom further and further out, Breath of the Wild becomes more linear. And as you zoom further in, it's more non-linear. And even arcs in Critical Role have had these different levels of linearity and non-linearity depending on kind of the zoom level that they're at. I think Chroma Conclave and the Briarwood arc have different levels, have pretty similar levels, actually, of non-linearity at the lowest levels and even at the medium levels, but at the very highest layer, they have different levels of linearity and non-linearity. Like, the way that the Briarwood arc could have resolved was a little bit more non-linear than the ways that it seems as though the Chroma Conclave can resolve. So I thought that was very interesting, of like these different levels of zoom having such a distinct effect on how things can feel. And especially someone brought up from the DM perspective, which I'm coming from a lot of times, versus the player perspective, that might have an effect on how these zoom levels are perceived. The next kind of factor, I guess you could call it, is the actual the placement of it. So something that, I got hung up on and we talked about is that a story that is a subcomponent of a larger story gets or can be treated differently than maybe a story that is itself isolated. So like the Breath of the Wild story, very isolated, very contained, right? It is, you start and you finish it. That is like, you start as Link, that's what you're taking on, and your quest is to kill Ganon. That's the entire run of it. Lord of the Rings is another example that someone used, very similar. Like, Frodo gets the ring, it's his call to adventure, and then he throws it into Mount Doom at the end. But the Chroma Conclave is placed within the middle of the Legend of Vox Machina. I think that it started in the middle, and it will end in the middle. It has things before, after, and during it. I wish I'd played Breath of the Wild so I understood these examples. Breath of the Wild's a really good comparison to Chroma Conclave. It's tough if you haven't played it to understand, but yeah. Placement, I can use Lord of the Rings. Imagine, Chroma Conclave is almost like if the Lord of the Rings, take the ring to Mount Doom, was placed within a larger story that we watch from beginning to end. And that can have an impact on how it feels and the ways that you introduce it, the ways that you resolve it. I talked about during the Briarwood arc how I was really curious how Matt was going to end, right? I was like, how is he going to end it and transition into the next thing? Silmarillion readers. Yes, you are. Yes, you are, Jonathan Busby. And not to say that placement... not to say that it makes something bad or good, but it is a factor to consider. Is where are these stories placed? Because linear and non-linear stories have very distinct advantages and disadvantages to them both. And where you place them within your story is going to have an effect on the tone and the way that your players perceive it. There is also a kind of distinction, and I'll use a Stormlight Archive phrase to highlight it. There is journey versus destination. So in any given Zoom level, you have the goal that you are attempting to complete, right? Even in the current example, or even in not the current example, the current place where we're at in the Chroma Conclave arc, right? We're in the Chroma Conclave. The destination is ultimately to kill Thordak. But if we zoom another layer down, well, our destination is actually to get Ripley right now. Well, actually, there's a zoom above that. There's a zoom between those of our goal is to kill Thordak. Then to do that, our goal is to get Vestiges. To do that, our goal is to get Cabal's Ruin. To do that, our goal is to find and kill Ripley. To do that, our goal is to get to the Glint Shore. Whoosh! Just to show an example of all of the different levels of zoom, and each of those different levels can have varying degrees of linearity and non-linearity. And you can have varying levels of linearity and non-linearity in the actual journey that you take versus the destination that you arrive at. In the Briarwood arc, I think that there was a lot more potential non-linearity in the destination, in what the actual end state of the Briarwood arc looked like. Is Cassandra dead? Does Ripley escape? Do they stop the ritual before? Do they stop the ritual midway? Do they capture and interrogate the Briarwoods? Do they just kill them, which is what they ended up doing? How does Orthax react to that? There's a lot of branching kind of destination paths. I would say, at least from what we've seen so far, seems like more branching destinations than the Chroma Conclave. However, the journeys are almost inverted, where I think that the journey of the Briarwood arc was a little bit more contained. It was a little bit more contained to Whitestone, whereas the journey of the Chroma Conclave is continent spanning. It involves all of these vestiges and much more distinct and important lieutenants. The Briarwoods had lieutenants. They had like the generals or the governors or the counts. I don't remember what their title was, but there were some individuals, important individuals in the town of Whitestone that it was, I wouldn't say clear, but it seemed indicated that defeating those lieutenants would help with the Briarwoods later. And so but they were much less important and impactful. The journey in this case, I think, was a little bit more constrained in the Briarwood arc. It all took place inside of Whitestone. It was pretty clear that they, had to kill the lieutenants, maybe deal with the undead army, and get into the castle. Those were they were very clear and distinct. Whereas the journey in Chroma Conclave, They have this list of vestiges. They've also been told to gather allies. They have all of these different cities that are interacting and reacting to the Chroma Conclave in different ways. Marquette is reacting to it different than Vasselheim and is willing to give different levels of support. They have the Whitestone kind of safe haven that they have to manage. They're interacting with the different with the different refugee groups and rebel groups and people that are aligning with the Chroma Conclave. And a lot of those factors existed within the Briarwood arc as well, but not nearly to the complex degree that they exist within the Chroma Conclave. So that's an example of, I would say, much less linear journey to a potentially more linear destination. Now, all of these factors, and I think that this is the reason. These are only, 3 factors that I've identified. There's probably more, frankly. But I think that even these 3 factors, when you are looking at, because you can apply each of these 3 factors to each other. So you can apply placement and journey versus destination to every level of zoom. You can look at journey versus destination at every level of zoom and when it's placed differently. So I think I more wanted to kind of show this to a degree, I think, explain why last stream's conversation felt so repetitive, is because I think that we were kind of fluidly transferring between discussing all of these things in different ways and at different levels. And often we were talking about different things when we thought we were talking about the same thing. But I think I learned something from that conversation. I think I didn't consciously know or think about a lot of this before that. And this, to an extent, is me justifying having produced 2 hours of content that was interesting while I was doing it, but maybe less interesting to watch in retrospect. I got something out of it. I got these terms and this thought process, and I think to an extent it'll help me analyze things to a greater degree later. So yeah. What up, John? Just dropping in. What's the plan today in terms of content coverage? Yeah, 68. 68. We'll see how far into 68 we get. The first half is much shorter than the second, but we're going to see, I know that there's going to be a lot of combat, so it's hard to say if we're going to do both or not. We are doing Cloak and Dagger. Yes, we are doing Cloak and Dagger. So yeah, I'm uncertain as to what we are going to cover. If it's just going to be the first half or if it's also going to be the second half. We're going to have to see. Because if I get through the first half and there's been basically no combat, for the first hour and 24, I'll probably end up doing the second half. I mean, it'll all depend. The other sort of problem with this one is I have a feeling that I'm going to want to talk about a lot of stuff. So we're going to see. I don't know. It'll depend. It'll depend. So both the journey and the destination can be binary or non-binary, and the combination therein are different levels of overall linearity. It's like, yes, the journey and the destination, and also the journey and destination at the different layers and like zoom levels of play, right? Like all of these different levels and the solutions and challenges, not solutions. Yeah, solutions, not the challenges. The like solutions and methods that you can employ at any different zoom level in both the journey and the destination can add a lot of complexity to the overall discussion. And it's even harder when we don't know what Matt has, planned behind the scenes, because it's easy to say, oh, Matt would have let them do X. But there's also something to be said for what did Matt signal for them to do? What was it apparent that they could do? What was, what do we think that they thought they could do? Which is tough when we can't talk to the players or Matt. It turns into a lot of speculation, unfortunately. Were they important? I thought the Briarwood gave them titles just to flip off the lieutenant's parents. And the layer that I didn't even talk about, the other factor that I didn't even discuss, is that it is all up to perception. It is all up to the perception of what you interpret any given thing as, what any given player wants, how much they can not only tolerate, any given thing, but how much they want out of any given thing. I posted a video by this amazing channel that I found recently. She's relatively small. Give her a follow. Let's see. Player Tesseract. The Player Type Alignment Tesseract by Ellie Rasmussen. She's fucking awesome. I watched this. This is the Hunger Games a good game? Great video. The mole video, great. I've been slowly making my way through her channel. She's awesome. And she had a very specific video that was shockingly relevant to this conversation. That I think encapsulates the perception side of this entire discussion of different players will like and interact with all of these things in very different ways, depending on just their preferences. It's a great video. I would really heavily recommend looking at it, especially if you at all vibe with my inclination of trying to abstract everything and like systematize things. If you vibe with that at all, I think you'll like her channel a lot. Heavy recommend. Heavy. Let's see. Look at Matt's face. He looks so happy. He does look happy. I believe that the time I categorized them and stoking of the rebellion as optional. Well, and optionality is a whole other layer to. Oh no, we've got another layer of how optional do things feel. Yeah, it's a whole, and that's a whole other layer. Let's see. There's a really interesting conversation that Matt is a part of that would be really interesting for you to see and discuss, but unfortunately has spoilers. No. First time catches I have ever done 2 episodes in one stream. Oh no. 2 episodes in one? That's insane. No, never. Never. They would have to be 2 episodes that were both like 3 hours long and heavily combat focused. And even then it'd be tough. It'd be very, very tough. I just talk too much. I'm too much of a yapper. Yeah. Non-binary destination sounds like the title of an award-winning indie game. It does. That's true. Yeah. Not so great. You didn't finish the mole video. I did. It's the watch graph on YouTube is weird because I finished it, but then I wanted to show Paige part of it. I finished all of them. Don't you worry. Yeah. I figured that was the case, but I wanted to make sure. Yeah. I feel it. No worries. I had the Tesseract video on my recommended feed. It's great. The Tesseract video is probably my favorite one by her so far, but it's because it speaks to me specifically so much. I remember watching your very early videos where you posited doing a marathon soon. Oh God. Yeah. It's yeah. That was before I realized what a fucking workout these things are on my voice. If I did not have the physical barrier of my voice going out, I would absolutely do 2 episodes in a day, whatever. But that physical barrier, which sucks. I would like to do more. I just fucking can't. Sometimes it sucks. It really, really sucks. But with that 39 minutes short intro, I think we're gonna get into it. Because that was, I guess, and something else I'm gonna try to do. I don't know how successful this is going to be, but I might start, if there's a conversation that seems like it's either getting in the weeds or is just going to take way too fucking long. Yeah, short intro, yeah. Seems like it's just gonna take way too fucking long. I might start kind of saving them off and doing them in separate streams. Like once I have enough conversations built up. Because I've tried to do them at the end of stream, but at that point, I normally can't quite recall what the conversation was about. But if it's in a separate stream, I'll have time to like go back, remind myself what I was talking about, all that sort of stuff. So we're going to try that. I'm going to try to cut myself off more and go back to things possibly later, because I love having the more detailed conversations, and I feel terrible if I'm in the middle of something where I actually feel like there's like a productive place we can get to. I hate cutting it off, but I do need to for the like, you know, for everyone else that doesn't care about that particular conversation, but then I want to have the conversation later. I also might just start saving the conversations for like beginning of videos, for like intros, who knows. Probably more conducive to a positive outcome of the conversation. Probably, yeah, where it stops spinning in as much circles, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna try. Who knows how successful I will be. But a short intro is what we don't take an ad break in the middle of. A bit. But that's where we're at today. Let's play.
Dive in to this evening's episode of Critical Role. Our band of adventurers, Vox Machina, have been in search of the vestiges of Divergence, a series of powerful artifacts that they will utilize in the coming battle with the Chroma Conclave, a collection of dangerous chromatic dragons that have tore through the countryside of Taldore and beyond. You've felled two of the dragons, one long ago and one relatively recently, named Umbrasil. You've seemingly briefly passed by Vorugal, the white dragon, and Thordak still sits on top of Iman, with Raishan somewhere in the wind. You made your way to the distant continent of Marquette, eventually to the city of Ankarel, where you began seeking another vestige known as Cabal's Ruin. After some fun casino games and losing some money on some drug deals, you discovered that the owner, allegedly, the owner of Cabal's Ruin was found killed. Wounds referring to or pointing towards some sort of bullet entry and exit points, and a woman matching the description of one Dr. Anna Ripley, having left but a week before, the cloak nowhere to be seen. Through a couple of scry attempts, you managed to see that she, with her own band of bodyguards, was currently heading northward through the ocean via ship towards something in the distance, which she found to be a island made, or now currently covered in shards of broken glass.
God damn it, YouTube. I just set up a macro to set the playback speed to certain custom speeds. Look at this. I set this up less than a stream ago of these little custom macros. They changed the UI. This is a different UI than they used to have. What the hell? How? They sensed it. They sensed that I had set this up and changed it just to fuck with me. I can't believe it. I cannot. I cannot believe that YouTube has done this. I swear.
Alas, known as Glenshore, as part of the Hespit archipelago.
Oh, wait, sorry. There we go.
You guys managed to, through your influence and discussion, attain a skyship.
Who knew?
Who knew? With Captain Damon, who previously had taken you guys to Vasselheim long ago. You, through the druidic mastery of Keyleth, tore through a storm that would have slowed your arrival, seemingly forcing an earlier arrival than expected from the team at Glenshore. You guys went into full-on Avengers mode and tore into their ship, destroying it in the bay outside of Glenshore, swooped down onto the edge of the dark glass and soot-covered beach, and you now are all kind of gathering the scenery around you as to what your next point in this aggressive maneuver is. So, at this point in time, you've all sort of gathered along the eastern beach of Glenshore. Grog, you are still an eagle, a giant eagle, polymorphed by Scanlan. You have your wings out still. You guys have flown about, and you've seen what appears to be the remnants of some sort of a small campsite with a faint ember still burning and giving off a hint of smoke, but it's been a while since it has been utilized.
We said like 5 hours is what I...
About 5 hours. Like you just got there and kind of checked it right now. We'll get into the more specifics of that here in a moment. So we have currently, if I recall, Grog is an eagle and Scanlan, and who else is in the center of the beach area between the actual shoreline and the jungle?
I'm just showing up on the beach.
Okay, beach.
I was also on the beach. I thought we were en route when we ended.
We ended up. We had
We
like
just
just
gotten there.
landed.
Just
You
got
guys
there.
had just gotten there.
We're halfway.
There's the accent.
Yeah. So we have kind of in between the shoreline and the tree line, the mostly dead petrified trees, gray and in the distance. We have the two of you, and the rest of you currently are now gathering at the beach at the campsite. So
I pop Trinket out.
okay, Trinket growls and kind of looks around, immediately looks down at the paw with like a piece of glass sticking out of it.
You're tough.
So there are two what looks to be small boats that are currently pulled up onto the shore.
Something that I'm interested in pretty immediately, that I kind of had this open question lingering in my mind about how Matt is going to do this, is I think that needle in a haystack type challenges are one of the most, maybe not accessible, but one of the easiest exploration challenges to implement within D&D. They're very simple conceptually, which I think fits in well with D&D's relative lack of mechanics in that area. Is that like the concept is easy to wrap your mind around. There's a thing we need to find, and it's in this big wide area, and we don't know where to find it. The challenge from the design standpoint is giving them clues and potentially methodology to find that needle, but not make it so easy that it's not even a challenge. And I think it's even harder to design around as they get higher level. Like I talked last time about how I think that like putting it out in the middle of the ocean, doing that needle in a haystack type thing, is good for making how would I say it? For challenging really high level parties, because they have a lot of resources at their disposal. But now we have taken it one step further. It's not just that they have to find something on essentially the top of the ocean. They now have to find something under the ocean where visibility is also majorly impacted. So before, visibility was not going to be nearly as tough of an issue when finding this needle, but we have put the veil over our eyes while searching through the haystack. And it's a question. It's a legitimate question that I think you sort of have to feel out with your table of how many layers of challenge before you have to give them a little bit of a clue. Like I don't know how the party is going to find Ripley under the ocean, unless the temple is very obvious somehow, or I guess I say temple. I don't know where Whisper is hidden. Or it's in a shipwreck. It's in like the shrew. I don't know how obvious this shrew shipwreck is going to be. But that level of obviousness is a dial that has to be kind of precisely tuned. And it's one of the reasons I like presenting frequent exploration challenges to my players, is just to fine-tune my own dial of when I give them things with way less clues. Like, do they come up with weird and clever solutions? Do they just spin their wheels? Just like, let me check that tree, you know? How much or how concrete do they need things to be? Not to bring it back to the Ellie Rasmussen video, But I think it really depends on the types of players that you have as to how much help you need to provide in navigating this sort of challenge. Because the actual systems of D&D aren't going to help you here. There aren't enough exploration mechanics that you can rely on them to help you fine-tune this sort of challenge. So you have to fine-tune it yourself as the DM, and that'll happen over many, many sessions with these players. We'll find the path, finally get its long-awaited redemption arc. I think you have to have something from the shrew, unfortunately. But that's a good point. That's a very, very good point of like a solution path. So also depends on class variety. Absolutely depends on class variety. So this is, and I think that's like a good overall, maybe not lesson, but the less mechanics that are there to help you, I don't want to say the less objective it gets, but I think the more it can really vary from table to table. Like, I think that a lot of the times when I analyze like a combat or we talk about combat, D&D combat, a lot of that advice is able to be more generalizable between tables because we have this like base difficulty of adversaries that we can judge on, which is CR or experience if you're getting even more detailed, and even beyond that, when you get into the more complicating factors of like the number of adversaries, there are DMG resources to help manage that, or Xanathars in 2014. So there are a lot of resources for DMs to get very consistent challenge, kind of regardless of the table that they're running at. That help is not there for social and exploration. So it's something that you, if you're interested in it, and if your table's interested in it, have to dedicate an amount of brain space towards figuring out how challenging something can be and still be satisfying to your players. It's very table dependent in a way that like I don't think combat is.
Just outside, like slightly north of this campsite, looks like there's a tousled blanket that is somewhat dirty, with like a small pack that was kind of pushed on the side. The leftover campfire, and it looks to be some sort of movement, like something heavy had been pulled from the water into the campsite and somewhere else from within. Do you wish to continue to inspect the campsite?
Do we see any like tracks? Are there tracks able to be left on?
Make an investigation. For you, if you're are you just inspecting for details, or are you trying to track?
I'm trying to see where the people went.
Okay. Go ahead and make a survival check to see if you can follow any tracks. What are people doing at the campsite?
I want to check the boats.
Okay, make an investigation check.
You die.
Survival? 18.
That was okay. That's okay.
What'd you get?
I got an 8.
Okay. They're boats.
I mean, like
they're made of wood.
I just tussled the blanket aside and just.
Yeah. There's 2 blankets that are kind of folded in there.
What's in that pack?
What pack?
There's a pack in the bag.
Is there a pack in the bag?
Yes, your low roll investigation
I have
allowed
not
you to really
noticed.
miss that there was a pack there on the side of
Thank
the
you.
blanket. You go to inspect it. You check and see that there are a number of footfalls in this area clustered.
I'll do my best.
Sporadically. It doesn't look. It looks like some of them seem to be with haste. Some are dragging, like heavy. The heels are pushed in deep, and you see what looks to be a large, heavy groove that was pulled to the campsite and is pulled further inland towards the tree line.
Okay.
What are you guys doing right now?
I'm gonna mount Grog.
Thank God. It's been so long.
And say, let's go scan around the tree line, friend. Fly, fly!
And I'll take off in my bird form, admiring the archipelago, but I have an intelligence of 8 and realize it's archipelago.
Such a dick.
I head for the tree line.
All right, you guys take over the tree line. Make a perception check, both of you, and you have advantage, Grog.
I do?
You're an eagle.
You see everything.
Eagle eyes.
Eagle eye see, Grog.
Not shit, apparently.
Let's roll. No, that one's a
What's the possibility that Ripley can make herself invisible?
Oh, that's a 1.
I legitimately have no idea.
1.
One.
With my brand new awesome 20.
Gotta break it in. Gotta break it in.
Never gonna use again.
Gotta break it in.
You swoop up over the tree line and do a couple of scans over the while the trees, many of them are dead, you do see there are a few peeking bits of green. It looks like even in the midst of this kind of barren landscape, elements of nature have still managed to push through here and there. Just a little dappled peppering of green, but the canopy itself is still too thick for you to make out any details from above. That's as much as you can make out.
Petrified trees, or are they scorched?
Both. It looks like a lot of it is just burnt and black, but some of it also looks like the wood itself has been dead for so long that it's become dull gray, hardened exterior.
I like you said, petrified.
I did.
Petrified.
Yeah, petrified. Entire state building.
Turns into stone. It's heat battered. Hamburgers.
Wait, so you
Covered in
you
cheese.
didn't see anything, Groggy? It's not.
Scanlan, I may borrow you for a second. if
I'm
you
in
have a
the air.
moment.
You can't talk to me.
I have an earpiece.
Hi, I'm on a...
When you get a moment, we could use you for a second down here.
All right.
When you have a moment.
I start taking my broom and just kind of swinging it around me to see if I hit anything that's invisible.
Okay.
Hey, did you see when you crashed through? Were the people on the ship?
I know there was one that I might have crushed underneath me that went down. There were also others on the ship, correct?
There's at least 3 on the ship. Headshot by Percy and as it caught fire. There was another that was crushed beneath your feet.
Yeah.
So probably dead.
So, you know, there might be a couple, if they're real good swimmers, they might make it.
All right.
With severe burns. And psychological damage. But...
A little creepy,
Maybe.
but a very good job.
Thanks.
I will
Thank you.
I'll turn Grog's head and point him back to the campsite.
How do you turn my head?
Well, I'll just say to you, Oi, if you don't see anything, call once and we'll head back to camp. I forgot you can't count.
He sees 3 things.
All right, we'll just fly around then.
Actually, instead of that, can we go 100 yards past the tree line and into more of the forest, just to see what's there?
Okay, yeah, you coast up and begin pushing through, and down below.
That's the vibe I've gotten, Cherry Tickler. Because I think it's I kind of picked up on that when he said both to Travis's question of burnt/petrified, and I was like, oh, like it's like lightning breath and fire breath, and then Matt answered, and I was like, okay. I think it's just burned. I don't think I have not gotten the not instinct. I have not gotten the sensation that there was lightning or electricity involved based on everything else. Your mic level's lower than Zoom, maybe. Okay, yeah, I can do that. Oh, maybe I can't. Can I? I will figure that out while we're playing. But yeah, that makes sense.
You can see, occasional breaks in the tree line here and there where there's like heavy brush underneath, and the same horrible texture of broken glass kind of jutting, haphazard patterns. There are certain areas aggressively broken and some that are just kind of more smooth glass. It looks like it depends on at what point this event happened that turned this entire island, and how much has been traversed in the time, but you can't make out much more than that from your height.
Mm-hmm.
Have I got about 30 or 40 minutes left for the wings?
Approximately.
Yeah, I'm gonna fly out over where the ship was and see if anybody is doing the dog paddle out there.
Okay. You're heading off in that direction.
And I'll land us at the tree line.
Okay, you guys land at the tree line. As you land, Laura, Percy, Akila, you guys feel like there's like this kind of breeze that's been blowing through the beach since you've gotten here, starting to kind of pulse a little. And the wind's starting to pick up rather suddenly. Keyleth, you were relatively sensitive to this, knowing that the sky has been relatively clear with just bits of cloud. There's no particular reason as to why there should be a sudden gust of wind. There's no weather that is indicative of that sort of a...
Also, my control weather spell should still be active.
Yes.
So, nature check, druid check, what the shit is happening check.
Nurture check.
Nurture check, nature versus nurture check. 14.
14. This is definitely not a natural wind. And as you start to get that kind of dark feeling in the back of your head, you start noticing that some of the broken glass that kind of is across the entirety of this beach being picked up by the wind and swirling and congealing into what looks like a small whirlwind of broken glass and dust.
I toss Percy his gun.
You watch as the wind begins to pick up in two other kind of separate, smaller shapes, but that one central funnel continues to grow and grow like this angry...
I'm going to flip one of the boats over as a shield and hide behind it.
Okay.
As a druid, would I recognize if this is like an air elemental situation?
Make an intelligence check.
Why are they always
With advantage because it is possibly elemental based.
Hey! Natural 20!
Two of the entities that are coming out of this wind from the sides are definitely air elemental by nature. You're very familiar with this form of physicality. You've taken on this form of physicality. However, whatever this large, strange, glass shard encompassed entity is, it's elemental in nature, but you're not sure what it is. You've not encountered something on this form, at least on this plane.
Bigger?
Bigger.
Badder?
I would like you to roll initiative.
I was gonna
Just
say
the three
while
of
she was
them, right?
talking, is it does the wind seem strong?
What the hell? Okay. I mean, these are like the guardians at the threshold, right? But what?
Take a break.
Take a break? Take a break? Right when this happens? How can you expect me to do that? Oh, man. I don't know what the hell's happening. Okay, I'm going to write the quick notes. 2 air elementals. Oh, excuse me. 2 air elementals. 1 bigger and badder air elemental. Invisible stalker? Question mark? Actually, that would make some sense. If it was an invisible stalker, could imply that Ripley was the one that sent the original invisible stalker. Is it actually invisible stalker? Am I getting the monster name right? I think I'm getting the name right. Sent the original invisible stalker as a bit of not Delilah, like I originally thought. What do I have to type in to alter the playback speed? I don't have the command set up yet, John, because I haven't quite figured out the integration between the chat commands and the actual application that I use to do mouse clicks. So not implemented yet, but on the way. I am working on it because I think it would be awesome for you to be able, for like any of the mods to be able to like set playback speed for like important moments. Like, set it down to 1 or something, or to check it like that. Because at least the playback speed check button is still working, even though they fucked with the UI. But I can't quite get the connection point to work yet, so I'm figuring it out. Yeah, this is strange. I'm very curious as to what's going on here. But I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we will be back, and we will dive into it. See you in a second. What's up? Hello. Sorry for the jump scare. Dude, I was just talking to Paige in a meeting right now where they're just talking about ghost stories. It's a professional work meeting. They're just talking about ghost stories all day long. It's the funny, not contradiction, I guess, of like corporate America, but it's like you want the team members to like talk, to like feel tight, but also to do that, a lot of times you have to waste a bunch of like work time. It's kind of like me with tangents. I want to make everyone feel special, and I want to have the tangents, but it harms the overall product sometimes. It's tough.
Long enough that if I hopped up on my broom that I would get blown away.
Not at the moment, no.
Okay, I want to try doing that.
Always pull it back.
Oh, snap. Look at the water.
So beautiful. There's little boats.
It looks like waves.
I know, my name is Simon, and I like to do drawings.
Percy has taken one of the boats and placed it as a guard. Keelan stands here. You guys are way off the tree line.
Just pointing and laughing.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Kill Percy. There we go. And Vax, you're off that side. What you're seeing is this swirling torrent of broken glass.
Jeez. Am I in the air yet?
Elementals crossing
my broom?
sides there.
Percy, you're gonna need a bigger boat.
And with that, let's go ahead and roll some initiative,
Well,
folks.
did I get in the air before initiative? Or?
We'll say as the wind's picking up, you can begin to get up in the air, yes.
Okay.
How far are you going up? Full 30 feet?
Like 20 feet.
20 feet? All right, let's do it.
This isn't great.
I don't quite know what to do.
I don't either. I'm assuming there hasn't been enough time to where we've taken a short rest, correct?
Nope.
No.
Not good, you guys.
All right, we'll say, there you are, on your broom.
Thank you.
So, initiative rolls here. All right, let's,
Trick is gonna be so useful
Lightning,
against
hit me
a
with it.
tornado.
Yeah, you can bite the wind.
Yeah, of course, really anything.
I legitimately have no idea what's about to happen because
Alrighty, so 25 to 20.
22.
22.
We're not all rolling.
Everyone right now,
Everybody?
even though you're not currently in the middle of the fray, this is going to gauge how soon you can get to them.
Okay. 19.
Natural 20.
Wow,
Whoa.
you're an eagle.
Because I have advantage on initiative rolls.
You do.
Wow.
So plus, what's your dex?
My dex is 2.
So 22. So 22. So,
It's the same as me.
all right, 20 to 15.
17.
So you got 19? Scan, Vax. 15 to 10.
10.
10.
Yeah.
Eat it. 5.
Oh
5.
no.
That's okay.
You're gonna be the most useful one too. That's okay. It's
Not-
power play right at the end.
From the last fight, it takes two. It takes both of my B-shaping forms to go elemental.
Baby.
It takes two,
Wow.
baby.
Especially if I went into the woods.
No.
Yeah.
Swirling forward, the giant maelstrom, speed rapid fast, just this torrent of razor-sharp glass bits spirals forward and threatens to engulf both Percy and
Oh, what's the opposite of a photographic memory? Actually, I actually do have a strangely good memory for geography and landscape. I know, the map guy, shocking. But like I could have, but no, I do not. I have a horrific memory. That one was also just because it was such a simple setup, which it's like these sorts of battle arenas are always so hard because the setup is so like an encounter on a beach is just kind of inherently going to have a simple arena. But I think that Matt is already kind of doing some good things with the boats, right? Like, and you can already see that like Percy is taking advantage of one of the boats, of like tipping it on its side and trying to take cover behind it. I think that making the adversaries wind elementals is a good choice because they can more naturally transfer onto the water than the players can. So because if the adversaries weren't wind elementals, if they were something like, I'm trying to think, like an earth elemental that's like a glass dog or something, you know, that couldn't as easily or as feasibly feel like it could go into the water, I think this would be worse. But because the wind elementals can go into the water, we kind of have we almost have like 4 points out in the water and then very similar points back on land. Why am I trying to do this? There we go. Let's just grab a photo of it. Let's see. I didn't know if they were going to show such an obvious photo of it again, so I was trying to recreate it. But I don't have to. They've done it for me. So if I lock that, gosh darn it. There we go. Lock. We have like a point. We have like points up here. Oh no, the white is not going to be good for this. We need to make that like red. So we have like a point like over here. We have a point between the boats. And then we also kind of have points like over here and over here. Like there are kind of two separate points on either side of the boats. They're almost like mirrored points. Because this water line presents such a different landscape. Now, it's kind of questionable. Ooh, this is tough. I'd have to think about this a lot more if I was actually setting this up. But we almost have something like this. Yeah. And I'm not doing my normal, like, color coding for the actual nodes. I'm just trying to get, like, the basic structure. But we kind of have something like this because of the interaction of the boats with the land and water, where it's an arena kind of something like this, where we have these kind of 3 lanes of combat that they can play around because the intervening space here is the boats. And then each of these nodes, the entire thing is kind of divided in half between the water side and the land side. But the water and land are also interesting because it's not actually land, it's glass. And Matt already set up that it is all difficult terrain, but that they can go full speed on it if they want to, but they'll take damage. Which makes the ground an interesting, like, risk-reward terrain, as opposed to the water, which I'm sure will just be like a static difficult terrain of like being in the shallows. Whereas the glass you can go faster on, but if you do go faster, you're going to take damage. So like being on the glass is like a passively more risky. Well, they're both risky. They're just risky in different ways. In the water, you might get stranded in the water and not have the option of going at a higher speed. Whereas on the glass, I think there's some passive. Well, actually, maybe the glass is less risky because you at least have the option. I think this would be slightly more interesting. Just a slight tweak. If instead of the glass being half movement speed or full movement speed, which I'm just going to call 2 out of 2. I don't know. And then the water being just pure half, which is what I'm assuming. I might be wrong. I think it would be a little bit more interesting if the glass was a 4th movement speed or full if you take the damage. I think that would just be very slightly more interesting. I mean, overall, we could have some more geographic features like Confused Strawberry is talking about. Yeah, there are things, there's debris that could have washed ashore. There are natural dunes and formations and all of this. You know, there's a lot that you can do there. But I think that, because I was trying to debate on whether or not to have these, and I think someone asked, Sputnik. Why do the backmost, seamost, and landmost have their own dots? Why do these, like this and this? Because they are not blocked by the boats from the upper sides. So my big debate is, in my head, the map either looks like what I've drawn, or it looks like something very slightly different. It looks like this if we don't make a distinction between the water and the if we don't make a distinction between the water and the land, like the glass, it looks like this because we have the two obstacles of the boats in the way. So they block movement and vision, theoretically, between these 2 points. There's a question on the table, and this kind of depends on like your DMing style and your players' play styles as to whether or not you consider the water and land distinction on these like outer points. I think it really depends. I think it's more justified to consider them as much more different. Ignore the colors. The colors don't matter. I think it's more justified to consider them different if you make this slight glass change that I talked about, where you make the glass a fourth movement rather than half, and then you make the water half movement. I think that's slightly more justified to draw it like this. If they're both half movement and then the glass has the option for full movement, I think it's more reasonable to consider it more like this diamond. Either way, the ships being there is a good start. I would try to make them maybe a little bit more, a little bit bigger, maybe something like a fallen tree branch. The big rock formations, the trees that I think a nice bit of debris on this beach could make for a little bit more interest. But honestly, at base, it's certainly not a White Room combat. I think there's enough going on here to where it's not. I would not consider it White Room. And yeah, it's interesting. Unfortunately, they don't have a monk who can Jesus across the water. True. Deep water maybe, but why the land one? Yeah, it's purely because of their visibility between the other points. So like if we consider the water over here, that's going to have a much harder time accessing the 2 points on the interior. Same thing with but this water over here, much easier, pretty much a straight shot to the interior. Now, it's obviously an abstraction, but yeah, that's the reason, yeah. What would you categorize it as if the land was purely 2-2? I'm considering 2-2 to be like full movement. So, sorry, I think my notation is a bit confusing. Instead of this is like an optionality, so it's like or. So this is just full movement. This is like normal terrain. It's like grassland, all of that sort of stuff. Just like basic normal terrain is like 2 out of 2. It's a weird way to phrase it. I might just delete 2 out of 2. So it's like fourth movement or full movement. Yeah. I mean, full movement is just like normal terrain. It's like standard, like I don't know, cobblestones, grass, dirt, anything that's not difficult terrain. Because right now, from what we have, it's like full with damage. Because they take damage if they go full speed on it. Or right now, it's half speed. It's half speed, no damage. And I think it might be a tiny bit better if it was fourth. But that's a nitpick. It's just a small change that I think could bring the combat a little bit more to life. But it's overall not necessary by any means. Yeah. I hope I answered your question. I might be misunderstanding it still, but I'm gonna stop myself. I'm gonna move on. Fourth movement on the glass. You want this combat to go slower. Slower movement doesn't necessarily mean and a fourth movement on the glass specifically, when you introduce like things like difficult terrain, that doesn't actually make the combat go slower a lot of the times. It just highlights people with faster movements. So people like monks, barbarians, especially if you give them things to move to. And it highlights people that can clear away difficult terrain. And the reason that I would do it specifically with the glass and not with like the water is because they have the option to go full movement. So it actually creates like a decision point whenever they want to move is, do I just move real fucking slow or do I move at full speed with damage? Because most of them have ranged options, they have melee options, and they have melee options. So slowing down the movement highlights the people with faster movement. Also, yeah, as Dr. Hoovy said, highlights the people with range. So yeah, it absolutely. Now, it has to be used carefully. Difficult terrain like this, where the entire arena is difficult, those are a little bit tricky. But that's why I actually like the glass a lot. The glass being a decision point. Because when Matt said that last stream, I was a little bit, maybe not confused. But I was like, okay, I guess that's reasonable, but it's a little random, I thought. Because I didn't expect a combat up here. But now it makes a little bit more sense if there was a planned combat up here. And I think it's a cool way to do difficult terrain, to say you either get a choice between slow or damage. I think that's an interesting decision point. Now, we still have to think about, are there enough reasons for people to move? Because that's a really consistent problem with D&D combat and D&D arena design, is that there's not enough reason for someone to move around the arena. But it's I think having both is best, but having one or the other is better than a white room, better than nothing. Yeah. The problem of fourth movement is that it's harder to calculate. It's hard. Well, is it harder? I guess it's harder. I guess because all of them are even. Although they're all, yeah. I guess because they're all even tens, it's always easy to calculate half. Whereas if it's on a fourth, you might have to do some rounding. That's fair. That's not a negligible thing. I do think that if you introduce the glass ahead of time, like Matt did in this very specific instance, that's a very fair thing to point out. And honestly, if you're the DM and you're planning this sort of combat, it might be worthwhile to pre-calculate everyone's fourth movement speeds, honestly, and to like give it to them on a little like note card or post-it note. Because that's a fair critique of using fourth movement speed, like basically double difficult, is that people are very easily going to be able to have, but if they go fourth, it might be a little bit harder to remember. Now they have to decide, oh, do we round up or down, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a fair critique, yeah. I think, but it is something that you can easily calculate ahead of time as a DM. So if you're going to use it, it probably is worth pre-calculating it for all of your characters, because their speeds aren't going to change that dramatically between sessions. So you could pre-calculate that and then give it to them. But that is probably something you should do. That's fair. I think Sputnik is saying, how would the map notation if there's no movement challenge on the land side? But I suspect it would be the bottom part. I've never... So I was doing like very, very fast map notation. Because the entire arena is, I wasn't using my colors or my symbols. I was just trying to get a very basic layout. What would actually happen if I was really analyzing this is like at a deeper level, and if the arena was more complex, because the arena is honestly pretty basic, so it's pretty quick to analyze. But if the arena was more complicated, the nodes themselves would not indicate movement speed, any restrictions. It would be the connections between them. If I was actually doing them and not trying to display it on stream, a lot of times I use symbology. So for something like this, if it was difficult terrain, I would use this little swirly pattern. And if it was normal or like full terrain, I would just use a line. Oh, that line got a little bit weird. But yeah, so I would use a normal line for full, and then I would consider the difficult terrain a challenging path. So that would be it's the same type of notation that I would use for if a hallway was filled with gas, that you have to like hold your breath while you go down. That I would also consider a challenging path. So difficult terrain gets lumped in under the challenging path umbrella, and then normal terrain just gets this like straight line with nothing going on it. Yeah. So terrain and that sort of stuff gets lumped, or not lumped, but gets represented within the lines, not necessarily the dots and the nodes. Is at least how my own notation gets used. Yeah. Yeah, I think oh god, that's my problem in map design so often, no reason to move. It's hard. It's legitimately very hard. D&D presents you with some tools to encourage it, but a lot of tables forget about it. Like a lot of tables forget about cover, they forget about high ground. And those two things at their base are huge reasons to move or to not move. But I think one of the reasons that they get so often forgotten or left behind is because they only apply to attack rolls. And they most often would get utilized by like... This is a little bit of conjecture on my part and a little bit of like, I guess, theorizing about about behavior of humans, which is hard. But get that ass banned, facial weather. Goodbye. The people that are most often going to care about, I need to go at it from the opposite direction. Spellcasters are most often the ranged people. Like most often, D&D doesn't present, how do I say this? Because it doesn't provide a ton of guidance in arena design, so a lot of really basic or beginner DMs, I shouldn't call it basic DMs, but a lot of like newer DMs or DMs that just don't care as much about combat or arena design will end up making white rooms. That disincentivizes range, especially for martials that have higher hit dice. So if you're a fighter, you're not going to be going a bow as often. You're going to be going something like a sword, because that's going to be more useful in more combats, especially because compared to casters, you're the one that should be getting hit. So you want to be closer to the combatants. So the spellcasters are normally the ones doing ranged attack rolls, but they're also normally the ones doing saving throws. And saving throws are not affected or aren't impacted by high ground rules or by cover rules. Those only impact AC and attack rolls. So and on top of that, spellcasters have so much else going on. They have so many other spells and things to utilize at their disposal. This is sort of hitting on, martial versus caster divide. That's not really what I'm trying to hit on here. It's more that they have a lot more to think about, and they have a lot more really substantial effects that they can have on the combat outside of thinking about their positioning in the arena, things like high ground and things like cover. So my conjecture is that because of all of this setup, because the people that are normally playing at range care less about the actual mechanics and rules that D&D has implemented for, like, to encourage movement and to encourage ranged combat, because the people actually doing it don't really care about those rules as much, you get a lot of tables just kind of ignoring it. I think that is my conjecture as to why people ignore high ground and cover so often in their combats, and why it's like a thing that like DMs, if you want to use them, have to like remind your players about over and over and over. That is my conjecture. So because those should be the things that do encourage movement. And I think it's sort of a kind of self-feeding cycle, is like the more players don't care about it, the less DMs care about it, which makes the players care about it less, and kind of on and on it goes until a lot of tables just kind of ignore it. Because those are the things that should be encouraging the movement, is things like high ground and cover. But they're, I would claim, a little bit disincentivized in 5e, at least. The half of 30 or 6 squares is 15 or 3. That's easy. 6 is not divisible by 4. Yeah, so you'd have to round. Yeah, I agree. Confused already. Yeah, absolutely. Not clear. At least a third might be better. That's true. Yeah. No raw things. Yeah. Depending on how much the damage is, Grog might have great advantage. Possible. BG3 probably helped bring high ground back into people's minds. Levels are very important in that game. Absolutely. But I also think that they're a lot easier. I think the problem with it is that, or not the problem, but the reason that it's easier to do in BG3 is because no one has to remember it. BG3 does it for you. And so you happen to be in high ground, and then you get a little bonus for it, and you're like, wait, why is this so much easier? And then you see the little plus, and you're like, oh, right, high ground. And so I think that BG3 actually kind of trains you to think about it and to care about it by doing it automatically, which is exactly the same thing that we can do as DMs. If we consistently build our arenas to take advantage of high ground and to take advantage of cover, I do think that players get trained into thinking about it. I think they really do start to care about it if you care about it as a DM. I think it's very, very, maybe not easy, but it's very doable. It's just something that, like, you have to be on as a DM, especially at the beginning, until you've kind of trained your players into it, I think. Minor point that cover affects dex save, but overall point is right. Yeah, that's true. It affects dex save. But yeah, any other save that's not dex, so like any con, whiz, yeah, we agree. That's fair. That's true. But yeah, so it's a weird complexity of D&D that is hard to directly solve unless you make saves also affected by the moving around in the arena. So if you make, I think that would be the most direct way to encourage more use, is if cover affected like all saving throws, just straight up, instead of, purely dex saves. Now, does that make a lot of diegetic sense? Maybe, you can kind of rule it to where, like, because the caster can't see them as well, that, it could affect the save. I think that's why it's not currently implemented that way, because it gets a little bit weird feeling. But I think in terms of encouraging better overall combat design, that might be a good way to take it.
I guess I should have gone
Does my
higher.
cover, it's going to mock my cover, isn't it?
Yeah, moves around it.
Mock my
Unfortunately,
cover,
like this can squirrel through the small spaces. All right, so there have that. It's going to go ahead and attempt. It's going to attempt a whirlwind.
Yeah.
So I need both Vex and Percy.
Okay, slight additional thing. Something that I have praised Liam in both of his one-shots for is that Liam is really good at using mixed unit combats. So like Percy just said, it's going to mock my cover. And this combat does seem to have mixed units. It seems to have 2 air elementals and 1, something else. But when I say mixed units, I think it has literally mixed units. Literally. But we'll have to see how different they actually behave. When I say mixed unit, I typically mean mixed roles on the adversary side. Support, tank, damage, range damage, that sort of thing. Units as in creatures. Yes, units as in creatures, exactly. So there should be things that mock your cover, right? Those are good units to have in the fight, but the cover should still matter against something on the enemy side. Now, you can always subvert expectations by making singular unit combats or singular like unit roll combats. You can switch it up. But that is also going to be the thing of if you use the same type of enemy for all of the adversaries on the adversary side, they are going to all behave very similarly, and your combat is going to be more simplistic, right? The more dynamic the adversary side is, the more dynamic the combat will be. And that is another kind of layered reason that single adversary combats can be kind of difficult, is because you only have one type of adversary. So yeah, it's not something that there's like an easy solution to, but it's something to be thinking about when designing the combats.
Roll strength saving throw.
Out of idle curiosity. Okay, this is not a ranged attack on any level. I can't count this as a ranged attack. Okay. This is just gonna suck. Ah. Well, that's nice.
What?
20.
Oh, that's nicer. 15.
Okay. So, Percy, you go ahead and take 10 points of piercing damage as the glass shards go just splitting towards you, jamming into your exposed skin. You get underneath the boat, and it just gives you enough cover to go ahead and minimize the damage. You, however, up above, the wind picks up and swirls around you. You're losing control of the broom. You take 20 points of piercing damage in the center of the cyclone of death.
The cyclone of death.
All right, and there, you are flung 30 feet in the random direction. That would be that way. So you are flung. You're flung this far away off the broom and prone, and you fall and hit the ground. I need you to go ahead and roll a dexterity saving throw. Actually, no, you didn't hit anything else. You're going to do that. This is just going to be straight fall damage. It's an additional 10 points of bludgeoning damage as you hit the ground.
Forced movement is interesting. So you're not actually incentivizing the players to move. You're forcing them to move in a way. With forced movement, that's interesting. We'll have to see, long term how it plays out and how interesting it is. But it's definitely a way to approach making movement matter is by forcing movement on them. It's a way to approach it. It wouldn't be my first go-to, but I mean, it wasn't Matt's either. I don't think I've seen forced movement in any of his combats that I can think of off the top of my head. So this isn't like any sort of critique. That's an interesting way, especially with this glass and water terrain discrepancy, is forcing them to be in one or the other. I'm sure dependent on a saving throw. Is an interesting way to like kind of force them to experience the arena. Kind of interesting. I played this game only once. I'm more than just lost. I am talking about very detailed bullshit right now. I think if you want a good, like, we're just kind of riding along with it. Oh, I'm trying to think. Honestly, if you just want to learn and like experience D&D, watching the actual show that we're watching, or just watching Critical Role straight up, is a great way to get familiarized with the game. My stream might be a little bit dense, but I'll try to make it a little bit less dense. It's a lot easier to make diegetic combats with single type creatures. Most non-humanoids you cross won't have a balanced party type composition. Fair. And this is one of the reasons, I think a lot of the reasons that D&D combats end up maybe basic, you might say, is often because if you're just making a combat that makes sense, it winds up being not that interesting a lot of the time. You have to put in a lot of work towards making it interesting. Yeah. That combined with the floor that cuts you. Exactly. Yeah. Your first stream was kind of his oddball content. A bit, yeah. Have a good one, X-Ray. Have a good one. I never actually played myself, hopefully one day, but I can understand pretty much everything you say just from watching CR. Yeah, I think it gives you enough of a foundation to understand these. Yeah. I've mentioned this before that I'd like to create an environment for people to play, but it's hard. I kind of tried it, and I'm sure I will try again. I just don't know exactly how.
Oh, the wind almost knocked out your chest, still clutching the broom in your left hand.
Yeah, it's also got a thing on it that hooks to me that Ursa made. So.
Yeah, I can't fly too far.
Yeah, you're still holding on to it.
It's like a surfboard.
Boogie board.
All right, that ends its turn. That brings us to Percy. Beginning of your turn, you are still in the whirlwind currently, and its jagged form forces you to take 13 points of piercing damage, just being in the maelstrom itself.
13 points? Okay.
13 points of piercing damage. Now it's your turn, Percy.
That's 89. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just doing math, which is apparently really difficult. It's been a day. Okay, out of desperation, I'm just going to, having no possible idea of what else to do, I'm just going to try and shoot at bits of it to see if I can dislodge anything. I don't know, try and shatter some of the glass and yell bloody murder.
Okay.
Let's take a standard shot to begin with.
Are you going to move? You say you are.
For the moment, I'm going to stay where I am, but I'm going to move. Well, actually, I'm too close to get a decent shot, aren't I?
It will give you disadvantage on each attack as you are doing ranged and melee.
All right, I'm going to back off about 10 feet.
Which direction? Into the water?
Yep.
Um,
I want to be about waist deep, if I can.
yeah, you're still technically melee. You have to do. It has a larger reach with its.
Right,
We'll move 5 more feet. You can.
I'll move 5 more feet on
You're
the
now
other side. Yep.
or like knees and waist, so your movement is half. However, as you pull out its range, a giant pseudopod of swirling runs towards you as an attack of opportunity on you.
That's fine.
Rolled really bad. That is a 14.
My AC is 18.
You just weave underneath. The wind causes the water around you to just kind of splash and scatter in both directions, but you just avoid a giant blender of broken glass to the face. What are you doing?
This is just reminding me of something happened this week. Okay, I'm going to take a blender glass. It's the whole thing. I'm going to take a shot at it to see if it does anything.
We need to have breakfast.
No. We never talk anymore.
Yeah.
Grog, you are next.
That's 23 to hit.
22 to hit hits.
All right, let's see what happens with the...
When you shoot a whirlwind.
I'm trying to shoot a whirlwind. I don't know if this actually going to do anything. I'm not feeling very hopeful. 9 points of piercing damage.
Okay, gotcha. You fire and you watch as some of its form kind of takes impact, some of the glass breaks. It looks like it did sustain some sort of a esoteric wound from the blast, though not as much as you would hope from your weapon.
Huh.
But it did take damage.
I assume none of my trick stuff is going to use. That makes weird. Okay.
It'll work. They just take half damage to shit.
Okay. I'm gonna take a couple. Actually, let's. Yeah, let's. I'm gonna take another couple shots. See what happens. I'm gonna do a sharpshooter shot.
Okay.
That's another 23.
With the sharpshooter, hits.
Yeah, that was a much better roll. So that's 24 points of damage.
24. Alrighty. This one still is a larger impact than the last one, but it's it's still kind of shooting in the middle of this swirling mass, so it's not impacting it as much as you'd hope.
I'm going to take a third shot, and here we go with the same sharpshooter. 21.
21 hits.
Oh, that's nice. 25 points of damage. Jeez. It was a very good shot. And I'm now going to call over the earpiece. Everyone back! Giant flying glass wind! Oh god! And I'm going to take a deep breath. That's actually what I said. I'm going to take a deep breath and I'm going to dive underwater.
Okay.
Out of the way.
If you go prone
Run away and dive underwater.
All right. Underneath the surface there. It is murky and dark. It's so close to the shoreline with the black silt that washes it in that you have no visibility underneath.
That's cool.
All right. That brings us to Grog.
I look over at Scanlan and I'm like,
Kill the wind!
I
Yeah,
gesture
let's
like,
go, let's go,
yeah.
let's go.
So can I hold my movement until Scanlan moves? Because I'll take us both over there. Is my intent.
You can't hold your movement,
Can't hold my
unfortunately. So you spend your movement and you can hold your action to do something if you want.
Scanlan can probably turn you back once you get over there.
I'm gonna take off and I'm gonna go towards them as high as I can go.
Okay. Giant eagle's speed
Hi, Grog.
being
Bye.
80
Come with
feet.
me, right?
So yeah.
Grab me.
So yeah, you can. You're a little over 100 feet away from them. So at 80 feet as your movement speed, with just your movement, holding your action if you wanted to, you can coast up as fast as you can. And at that apex of the end of your movement, what action are you holding? What's the trigger?
I mean, I'll actually go and take my action. I'll just stop flapping my wings. My intention is to plummet.
Okay.
Into.
Well, then you can use your action to then move again and dash it and go right above it if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, right above it and just that'll work. Because don't you guys like once you break out of your animal form, you trains back?
Well, you take damage, and then whatever damage that you take that is carried over into your real form.
5,000 hit points.
You'll be fine.
So if you take 80 hit points, you'll take the 10 that your eagle form took, and then you'll take the other 70.
I think this is
You'll be
great.
fine.
I think this is
Yeah.
I like
great.
your
You'll be fine. You're
I think it's
Grog. You
fine.
got it.
Suicidal.
You went 100 feet up, Travis. Grog.
Take a giant poop.
There's you.
Travis? No, I mean it's basically the Meteor. Come on. I think it's a great move. This is one of the, I mean, speaking again of problems that actually BG3 just kind of ignored, which is both sad but makes sense. Flying is tough to represent, and it's like you can hear kind of the confusion as they try to discuss where Grog is and what he's doing. It's something that even on, well, honestly, especially on a gridded combat and a gridded map, you kind of just have to use theater of the mind for. And a lot of times I try to make my verticality, if it's just like in pure air, very simple to understand, because it's something that can get very confusing if you make it complicated at all. I believe he knows, but forgets that dashing is an action you can hold. Yeah. That's fair. Laura Rar, I will protect my husband. Oh yeah. Yeah.
With a Scanlan.
Oh, I was on him.
Unless you don't want to be on him. You
Sure, I guess I'm taking this ride too.
If you want, you can still be 100 feet back.
You can fall off into the water.
No, I would have gone with
So
him.
much more.
I think you're on
glorious.
his axe still, so.
Sure.
All right, there it is.
do this.
So you're holding. So that's your turn. What are you doing, Scanlan?
Well, I can't do much now because if I do anything, he'll break his evil form.
Which is okay.
And then I'll fall too.
Hopefully close.
So I'm 100 feet up, straight up over this thing, right?
80 feet up.
80 feet up. Okay, I kind of hang over the side, and I will lightning bolt straight down into the eye of the tornado.
Alrighty. So with that,
I feel like lightning is good because
okay, that is 19 for a dexterity save. What's your DC?
More glass.
It's 21.
21. So yeah, it fails. Go ahead and roll damage on the lightning bolt.
Would I get caught in that?
It's right at the cusp of the water.
Sauce of the water. I honestly, I'm just looking for an excuse to hit the glove. I'm happy to take the damage.
I would say due to proximity, you might take a little bit just because the conduit of the water around you. It's because it's a lot of water. It's going to dissipate pretty evenly. So
28.
28. All right. It blasts through the storm, slamming, causing glass dust to kind of shoot up in this giant cloud around it and fall gently to the beach side. You go ahead and take, Percy, 5 points of lightning damage just being nearby in the water.
Awesome.
It impacted, though not as strongly as you would hope. It seems almost like the lightning is somewhere in the sphere of the element of whatever this creature is.
Oh, so it did not take full.
It took damage, but it didn't take full damage.
It's also the hair druid you've been traveling with. He uses a lot of lightning.
There you
Is that your turn, Scanlan? Or are you going to move? Or
go. I want to move. I'll inspire Grog.
He's the only one in your shot, so yes.
I will sing in his ear. Fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle. And don't drop me.
All right, go ahead and take your D10 inspiration there. Alrighty, any Scanlan's turn? That's your up.
How far away did I
You're probably you just took off when this happened and heard that, so you'd be at your full movement away from it, which was 60 feet.
60, yeah.
At this point, haste is worn off. So you're 60 feet away. It would take you your full movement. You can swoop back and get right in the
Yeah, go again. Yes, then I would like to fly straight at the maelstrom.
And stab the whirlwind.
So
I would like to do that.
with your
actually.
wings, you're basically like just dive bombing through and chest burster out the other side of
I
this
hope so.
whirlwind.
Yeah.
It's like the.
So
I hope so.
then,
Instead,
shrink right in, shrink right in.
then I will get sneak attack damage, and I would like to use oh good god, divine
Sweet
smite on the attack.
Ooh, what's
Okay.
that all about?
I don't know what it is.
Hold divine spike until you hit. You don't have to say you use it
Right,
until you
all
confirm
right.
hit.
That's a 20. That's 30.
That was so close to a 1.
Yeah, I win 1.
Yeah, that'll hit.
All right, so we start with a 1, and then we add these. 1 is 2, 3, 4, 9, 15, 20, 25, 28. Plus Divine Smite, this is the first time I've ever done it, is 2d8. What did I just get up to? 28, thank you. Plus Divine Smite, 28 is to 38.
Yes.
As your wings out, bullet bird form, Vax, you swoop down and punch straight through the back of this maelstrom. You see its form briefly kind of fluctuate and have a hard time holding itself together as you slam into the beach sand and glass right over next to Trinket, sending a cloud out in front of you that kind of slowly comes down like a wave on the opposite side. Kind of stand there for a second, look back over, and Trinket just kind of licks you right up on the side of your face, making a very cool moment. Maybe not as cool at the very end, but still pretty cool overall. Cool. Do you want to do anything else?
That was, so I use movement to get there?
Use movement to get there, use attack, go through.
I want to swipe again, because I've got the bonus.
Okay, this would be a throw, because right now, just the
sure.
angle you had to come through to punch
Yeah.
through it, you would have landed about 15 feet from
I
it.
love it. That is 20, 24, yeah.
24, so you landed and throw the other dagger back at
So
it.
excited about the Divine Smite. What's that? And that is just a little bitty 2 plus 6 is 8, and I forgot to add my bonus to the dagger 4, so you can make that 14 for a total damage.
14 total,
Yeah.
nice. So after you punch through, you can see the burst through with this kind of flash of vibrant radiant energy that kind of sparks through its internal form. A sort of glow that's reminiscent of what you've seen from Pike spells before, but with more of a grayer and less yellow color to it. Throwing behind with that secondary dagger, it plunges into the whirlwind, and you see some sparks inside as it kind of clashes with the different broken pieces of glass, and then eventually returns to your hand. I believe that ends your turn. I'm a real paladin. Now the 2 other elements are going to go.
Oh, no, there's 2 more?
Yep, this one's going to flank up behind Keyleth. This is going to flank up
What's up,
behind.
bro?
Glass as well? Or?
No, these are just actual air elements.
elements.
There is some glass being pulled up in their form as they go, but it's not quite the maelstrom in the center that's kind of drawing everything into it.
Okay.
That's going to be 2 slam attacks against you, Keyleth, and 2 slam attacks against you, Vax.
Yeah.
Against Keyleth, that is
Bring it.
21
Yeah, that hits.
and 19.
That also hits.
Okay, Vax.
Disadvantage against me.
Yes, that is 12, and the other is 12. Roll 2 4s in a row on that.
Sorry, Charlie.
So whoosh, the elemental comes out and swings its giant whirlwind like fists towards you. You duck under one and then leap over the second one, landing back on your place in the beach. Keyleth, unfortunately, looking at the focus of this and trying to ascertain the nature of what these creatures are and how you can possibly control or bend it.
Oh, hey, Gary, what's up? Oh,
Right behind
man.
you, slammed.
God damn it, Gary, you were always a dick.
Just went out bowling.
Taking 14 points of bludgeoning
For 10
damage.
years. 14? Okay.
Yep, and 13 points of bludgeoning damage. So 27 total.
27.
Is that a hit point ring?
Yeah.
That's badass.
All right, that ends their turn now. Vex, you're up.
I got it itching.
Okay.
You're kind of grounded into the sand right now, kind of dug a few inches into it from the impact of your shoulder and let the groove on the beach. There's glass sticking into your shoulder, and you're like,
I stand up for my movement.
half your movement.
Okay.
So you still have 15 more feet. You can move.
Hunter's mark that motherfucker.
Yeah.
The big one?
But by the time you
Yeah,
take
the big
damage,
one.
Alrighty.
And then I'm gonna shoot him twice with Fenthras, which is the first time I've actually shot a real arrow.
Yay!
Do it.
Okay, please hit.
Just breaks in half. Roll bow. Doesn't work.
27.
Oh, it's dry rotted.
27
on the
hits.
first hit.
Yeah.
Natural 1 on the second. Motherfuck. 16. A natural 1 is.
Natural 1 is misses,
Okay,
yeah.
cool. That's awesome. Great. So wait, that's a D8 plus a D4. for lightning. 10. Jesus, wait. 10% is 20.
There's so much math.
I know. 23.
23 points of damage with one arrow. That's really nice.
Yeah.
It would have
That's
been
the best
better.
it's for you.
Also, don't forget that.
Oh, that's 4 of them is lightning.
Right. So actually, that'd be half. So it'd be 21.
Meow.
21 points of damage. Also. So, when you take the attack action, I already use bonus actions. Yeah, to do the hunter's mark. Never mind. So
What?
I was gonna say that I make sure you get next to it, but I realized you use your bonus action to.
Yeah, I'm establishing that and then Trinity can do it.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Can I use the rest of my movement to get back up on the broom and go from here?
Sure. You go ahead and grab the broom, and you manage to go ahead and.
Get 30 feet in here this time, maybe?
I'll say, due to the nature of this, no, not quite. You can get 20.
Okay.
Dude, that's another reason. This is not necessarily, it's the mama elemental. It kind of seems like it might be. There's another, or this is one of the things that I like about digital D&D. And I honestly think that my ideal D&D, I guess, environment. Also, what's up, Psychotic Ghoul? My like ideal D&D environment looks something like, you know, big game table. Oh, hi, bird. What's up? Okay. I've got one in like 9 minutes. Think she's good? Hi, birdie. Oh, hi. Hello. Hi. Yeah, I think people know where I'm going with this. I think Sputnik is predicting me. Because the virtual D&D for adding up those dice rolls, especially as you get into the higher levels, like Roll20, Foundry, where you can just program in these spells to where, you know, you just click on the spell, it shows the DC, or it shows the attack roll, and then you click on it again, and it immediately does the damage, is legitimately, I think... I don't know how much people, you know, really consider that, but I think it's a considerable factor in whether or not you want to play virtual versus like in-person D&D, because it is like, it speeds shit up so much when you don't have to do those calculations. And my ideal D&D environment would be like a game table with like a TV in the middle that I am like hosting the game through Roll20. And, you know, I have my little DM environment over here with like a laptop on it. I don't know. This is a laptop. It doesn't look like one, but imagine. And then all of the, you know, players seated around the table over here. Like this, I think would be my ideal environment. And then they maybe have their own little tablets, or they have their phones or something where they're tapped in to whatever the TV is playing. Maybe they just, you know, have a laptop. Really high-tech in-person environment, which has, you know, its own drawbacks potentially. But man, oh man, is it... Oh, I haven't DM'd in person in a long time. It would be tough to give up those like auto damage rollers because they just speed shit up so much. So much. Oh man, yeah. I love in-person D&D for so much, but health tracking and damage maths is such a boon. It really is. That's why like this would be my ideal setup, is to like kind of try to bring the best of both worlds, but it's fucking expensive. And it takes up a fuckload of room when you're not making it. And I don't know about y'all, but I do not have room in my apartment for that sort of shit. Oh man, I started typing and then you started saying the same, but I'm saying, yeah. Hard agree. I tend to think in person is still better overall, but I do miss the automath. Exactly. It's so hard. I go back and forth all the time on like in person versus virtual. I feel like there has to be a way to like marry up the best of both worlds, but I think to do so logistically would just be expensive and difficult, unfortunately. Yeah. Do you have any tips for playing a necromancer? I want to make one, but I don't know how to play it. I will say this is a thing that this is a command that I just made. That is this exclamation point off topic. Now, obviously, read it. Fair enough. But I'm also going to go on a quick break. I'm going to go take the dog out, get some water, all that fun stuff. And so I'm going to do that. Feel free to discuss over the break if chat has any recommendations for necromancers, because they are an interesting. I won't say like challenge necessarily, but they're an interesting. I don't feel like they have a direct analog in D&D because summoning classes are so weird. So if chat has any tips for Psychotic Ghoul, feel free to give those while I'm in the bathroom. And I will be right back. You might hear the software go like, take a break during the middle of it. That's just going to happen. But I will be right back. What's up? Hello. How are you? I saw a lot of good discussion in chat. I might start collecting like break questions. Potentially. If they're questions like that, they're like a little bit like add to your command, directing them to the Discord. Oh, the off topic thing. I'm fine with off topic conversation in the chat. The only thing that I really want is, I mean, I guess we can also have ! Discord. I could put both in. But yeah, I'm fine with both. But I might start like create like collecting like break questions, because I do sometimes get like off topic questions like that, and I don't necessarily want to like full on tangent for that sort of stuff from Critical Role, but it could be cool for like just chat to discuss during break. That sounds kind of fun. Make breaks a little bit more interesting. That could be kind of fun. I will say something that I didn't see get brought up. I think that is Spore Druid is a really good thing to consider. I also think that like in general, summoning stuff is going to be weird in D&D. But if you just want like the life and death type theme, Grave Domain and Death Domain clerics can both be really fun for that. So yeah. But I think overall the conversation was good. I might think about that a little bit more. That was fun. That was interesting.
Extent of your ascension right now.
Oh boy.
There you go. All right, Beden's your turn. Keyleth.
Okay, so not feeling great about this one.
This is like your shit, so let's go.
You know,
Shut up or shut up, Keyleth.
I mean, I could try and talk to him, but that never goes well. Let's be real. So, I'm gonna cast Wind Wall.
Okay.
So, okay, here's my question.
Yes.
I'm having a hard time seeing, so help me. That's me.
That's
who's that?
Zach.
This is the Vex is here with Trinket.
Oh, and this-
Elemental, and the giant glass maelstrom.
Okay. I have a 50-foot wind wall that I can shape whichever way I want.
Yep.
So what I want to do is try and loop us all in and kind of go around. Jesus, this is kind of go around
here?
this way, yeah.
Go around Jesus.
I want to go around
A circle almost.
Yes, like a semicircle starting with this guy going this way, 50
Okay.
feet.
So like a wind wall.
Starting, because it can go over top of guys.
Yeah.
So starting like 50 feet going around this way.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Round circle this way.
The other way, but yeah.
This
I mean, it's
way?
50 feet. It'll work. It's fine. I guess it doesn't ultimately matter.
What are you trying? What shape do you want with the wind wall?
A circle.
A circle like this?
I just want to block the 3 guys out with my 50
Out.
feet.
I see.
I want to go over top of them
Right.
and keep us nice and safe and comfy
Okay,
in,
so-
in a wind basket.
So over top of them.
Wind
Is that
basket.
completely around you guys?
Hashtag win basket.
Yeah.
Completely around you?
Whatever 50 feet will cover.
50. That's about the length right there.
Okay, well, because there's a little overlap, so can I like start it with this guy and then go around to where that extra couple feet goes to this guy?
And you'll hit all 3 of them.
Okay,
Full stop.
that's all I care about.
Yeah.
Man, this is tough with their setup, because I've talked about like, hey, draw the map out, Matt. Come on. And he has a map out. Like a map with terrain and minis, and they're still having some some tough a bit of a tough time figuring it out exactly, which I feel for them on, because it seems like a lot of it, like Marisha literally said, like, I'm having a tough time seeing. I think if they were all closer, because I know that in their set, they're kind of far away from the table. I'm assuming for like production reasons and like camera placement. That's tough. I think it can be really helpful and and legitimately very impactful for players to have very easy access to seeing and understanding the map. It's hard to see a single thin white line on a white paper. Exactly. And which is especially from the distances that they're at. Which is just, I think it's just tough, I have to like his question. What shape do you want? It probably should have been, what do you want to do with your wind wall? No, they had, yeah, I agree. They had good kind of back and forth on it, but I think that ultimately they're just kind of constricted by this setup. It does eventually get better. That's good. I think no matter if you're doing like virtual, in person, having the players and you have easy common access to like a common reference frame is so impactful for making it easier to understand what's going on and to reduce like miscommunication issues. Yeah. So it's just it's tough. I think the laser pointers are a good idea, but ultimately they're just trying to they're an attempt at a solution for a problem that is just solvable by like putting them closer, you know. Why link broken? Is the link broken? The Discord link? The invite? Link not broken. I don't think link broken. Maybe not. I don't know. Or maybe you're talking about a different link. I don't know. Anyways.
So you reach down, concentrate, slam your hand on the ground. As you do, the wind picks up out of the dust and the dirt and the glass and cause another torrent of chaos around you. This one controlled by you, slamming into the other ones. They have to make a strength saving throw.
See, that's a big tornado. I can make a bigger one!
Yeah. What's your spell DC again?
19.
19. So this is strength saving throw. 18. Fail for the Maelstrom.
The one I pasted in chat. Oh, YouTube. Okay, I have tried to make it to where YouTube will let people post links. It's like an auto spam filter thing. I've set it to where chatters should be able to post links, but YouTube sometimes just slaps it away and says no. So I have no idea why. Sometimes the auto mod on YouTube is just kind of like that. If you want a link to be like shared out with people, you'll probably have to do it in the Discord, unfortunately. Which like, I get it, you know, people could post spam links, they could post scams. Like, it's one of the auto mod features that I do understand on YouTube's end. So you'll probably just have to share it in the Discord, unfortunately.
And fail, and fail for all of them.
Yeah.
Yay. So that's 3d8 bludgeoning damage.
And they should be gaseous forms, if I'm not mistaken, which means they can't move through it.
Correct. So right now they're all currently locked in the wind wall, right?
That's right, they are!
Yep.
That's cool. I'm done. I'm excited.
Roll
That's my thing.
That's the thing that you do.
That's all I do.
That's
it.
Oh, roll down.
Oh, sorry.
3d8.
Just like you
Nature!
Am I
built for this fight.
Oh, no, it's okay. Go higher to get above the windmill.
So,
50
12,
feet.
13 damage. Not great.
That's
15 feet higher.
is what that is.
How much is it
This is
total?
weaponized
13
CBS auto door, basically.
All right, cool. This is your turn, Keyleth. You staying where you are?
Can I now shift away from the guy?
I mean, you'll still have opportunity as soon as you break it from combat.
Is he technically grapple?
No, not grapple.
He just kind of
can't move through it.
He can't move through.
What you gonna do?
The walking
Uh,
trail.
They're like fighting to keep themselves physically in place and together as the wind rolls just tearing them apart.
I'll just turn to him and be like, let's do the mirror game, man. Do the mirror game? Yeah. Yeah, and that's it.
All right. The Maelstrom right now cannot pass through the wall, so it is going to move away from it, shifting over to where Percy is currently underwater.
Oh god.
As,
Awesome.
as you're hiding down,
Whirlpool.
this whirlpool begins to tear into it, and all the water around you is suddenly just jettisoned from all sides. You're no longer submerged as you're lifted up.
Would that actually? Okay, fine. No. I was like in theory, if there's like a storm, you go underwater.
You've seen Sharknado.
Magic wind.
It's an extremely forceful, angry, magical, elemental tornado of death and hatred. So yes.
Are you
Yeah.
sure dragons are real?
I am absolutely sure dragons are real. I killed 2 of them.
Percy, we've got cows.
So that's gonna first off.
No glass tornado ever.
It does get its whirlwind recharge, but it's not gonna use it.
no.
It's going to slam attack you twice, Percy.
Fine.
Something is whirlwind attack.
Being, let's see. Yeah, it has advantage on tackles against you because you're currently prone in sand.
Yep.
That's going to be 22.
Oh, that hits.
All right, and the second slam attack is going to be 31.
Oh wow, yeah, no, that just barely hits, but that definitely.
All right, so the first attack is going to be 28 points of piercing damage.
Yeah, no, that
From out on top, just slamming you. Your face actually goes right down back into the muck with a sucking sound as you feel like someone's grinding 100 blades into the back of your skull. And then it releases. Whack comes down a second time for 10, 13, 22 points of piercing damage.
Ugh. How many hit points do you start with, Percy?
112.
So offensive. I'm still at 99.
I am not doing well, but I am alive.
You'll reach triple digits someday.
Yeah, I'll roll a 1 on my next level.
But you'll be there.
Let me see what my constitution bonus is. Oh, it's
0.
It is now your turn, Percival. At the beginning of the turn, as you're in its jagged form radius, you take double ones. And 7 points of piercing damage.
Because he's in its what? In the.
He starts to turn within the center of its form.
So stay there.
Even just being in its form is terrible. It's like one of those money grab boots, but instead of money,
Just pain. Just
lots
pain.
and lots of pain.
Pain and lack of hit points. Yeah, you just. So I also assume it gets an attack of opportunity on me if I leave its
It does.
radius. Of course it does. How did it? Okay, and it can break away from the wall, just can't pass through it.
Can't pass through it.
Okay.
Sorry, you kind of.
Oh no, I
Left
definitely
our
like.
huddle.
I definitely. Okay, the first thing I'm gonna do is burn a bonus heal. I got a heal that I can do, so I'm just going to heal myself a little bit, so I'm not quite as close to death. So let's just add 12 points. That's nice. It's slightly better than before. All right, I'm going to Oh, bugger. I'm gonna pull my sword, and technically speaking, I'm perfectly fine to just go hack and slash on this thing right now, right?
So you stand up using half your movement?
Works for me.
Stand up using half my movement and just start slashing at it like nobody's business.
Go for it. It is a magical sword. So.
It is a magical sword. Thank you for reminding me. I'm just gonna roll 3 at a time just to make life a little bit easier. That's 21, 22, and 23.
All hit. Go to damage.
Wow.
You hit so easily.
But I do. You know why I hit easily? Because I do very little actual damage without. It doesn't count as a dragon, does it? Oh, look at that.
They're all the same.
Yep.
You
That's,
rolled a 666.
13. I rolled 666. Roll of the beast. That's 13,
Roll of the
26.
beast.
13, 26, 39 points of damage.
Okay.
Warlock.
How do you want to do this?
Oh! You killed the wind.
From the inside.
From the inside.
I'm going to just has anyone seen this terrible movie called Rob Roy?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I'm just going to start just conducting it and just spinning and slashing and then just drop it into the bloody ground.
Okay, you guys watch as suddenly the Maelstrom begins to become this kind of uneasy torrent, holding its form together. You start seeing slashes and whirls of metal and fling of blade-like action within the inside of its form before all of a sudden there's a burst of glass and dust that then kind of rains to the ground as the water rushes into the space, and you just see they're standing, damp cut, all these small wounds across his face and lines of blood dripping down the sides. Percy with the blade jammed into the beach, one hand up in the air as the large kind of up to his shoulders, and he slowly stands up in place.
I'm going to slowly start making my way with great determination and not particularly much speed. I'm going to hobble my way towards the next one of those bastards. Ow, ow,
Okay, so that'd be,
ow.
that's about as far as you can get
that's
there. Because
fine.
on land, it's considered rough terrain.
Oh, yeah. And in
or
water.
you can go full speed, but you'll take damage for every 5 feet you move full speed. Glass sucks. All right, that ends Percy's turn. Grog, you're up.
All right, since you killed the big one, can I fly down to the one that's right next to Vax?
Yes, you can.
With Scanlan on me booty. Yeah.
Right next to it.
Now, if hopefully I wanted him to lift the form, would I hold my action until...
Yes.
Yes, I want to do that.
So holding your attacks until the form
Yes,
is lifted.
yes,
Totally
I
fine.
want to land right next to him, like right behind him.
You're a bird.
Totally. Okay. All right, that ends your turn, except for your held action. What are you doing, Scanlan?
Me. Oh, I have to do something now?
Yeah, it's your
I will do Bigby's hand, and it's a concentration spell, so polymorph would drop.
Yes,
for
it does.
Log.
Where's Bigby's hand going?
Right on the guy who's right in front of us.
Before you continue that, as soon as Bigby's hand appears, the eagle form vanishes, and Grog, you come out with your axes in your hands, angry.
Surprise, bitches!
Not raging, unfortunately, but you do get your
Surprise, gents.
angry. You're just not raging. So go ahead and take your 2 attacks.
Oh, I would like to make them regular attacks.
That's fine. Just these are regular, not rage.
Yeah, regular. All right, that's
I say I'm going to have to kill you, dear boy.
15.
15, the first one. Total.
Yeah.
No, that hits actually. No, that just barely hits.
Okay, right, should I roll the other one right now? No, because it's just one attack, right?
No, 2 attacks.
Natural 1. 24.
Hits. So 2 hits on it.
Yes, Grog, yes.
Yes.
You hate folks from you.
Bitch.
Yeah, make it more, bitch. Math is hard. That's a 16 plus blood X 6, so 22.
22 the first hit. All right.
I'm working it out. The second one, that's a 14. And another 6 for 20.
All right. 42 points.
Necrotic on the left.
Correct. Right. All right. Awesome. And this is not adding rage damage. No. Right. Yeah. Cool. So that finishes your 2 strikes. Whack, whack. Scanlan, you have Bigby's hand up. What are you gonna
Does
do?
it look like hitting it hurt it?
Yeah.
Okay,
you
well,
did.
I'll punch it. I'll punch it in its wind face.
Right into wind fucking face.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and roll an attack using your melee spell attack. Just roll d20 out your spell attack bonus.
Got a futz roll? I need a check.
I'm calling it futz.
Okay.
All right.
Can I have a bonus action or do I use it to hit?
You can hold a bonus action. That was on your turn. So.
9 plus 11, 20.
20. No, 20 hits totally. So yeah. Go ahead and roll. Let's see.
My punching.
4d8 force damage.
Wow.
8.
Need some D8 equal.
I'll just do this. 18.
Kill it.
So between Grog's attacks and the giant fist slamming into the side of the elemental, you can see it gets slammed into the dust, causing this push, and it begins to lift itself up, causing this almost jack-o'-lantern-like angry face to appear in this.
Oh boy. I was just gonna pause to sort of minorly highlight the number one, I do think that there was a amount of dynamicism. It was pretty dynamic to have these very, different enemies that seemed, one was like the big one that a couple people could focus on while the others kept the smaller ones busy to a degree. But beyond that, something that I mentioned during the Umbrasil fight, one of the maybe not problems necessarily, but complications with having a single adversary is that the momentum of a combat can be inhibited a lot. And I think that we're seeing that here especially with Matt doing like the how do you want to do this? There's a big momentum to this combat that like, okay, they took down the big one. They've kind of got like a refreshed energy. They're ready to go. And you have multiple people focusing on different things. They're not all focused on the exact same adversary, just whacking away at a thing of hit points. So you have people moving throughout the arena. It's a very, very simple way of just having multiple adversaries that don't stick together, that just go to different locations. Is a very simple way to have people in different areas of your arena. and have, spells like Wind Wall actually kind of matter to a degree. So yeah, it's unfortunate because I think that single adversaries are cool conceptually, but have a lot of drawbacks in D&D specifically. I think you can address a lot of those. I think one of the main ways that I've been interested in recently, especially for like higher level single adversaries, is having them be like phased. So having them have like bloodied abilities to where when they're at half HP, their abilities and form either like upgrade or change substantially to try and kind of refresh that momentum, have the combat substantially change halfway through so that you're almost kind of fighting like two adversaries. You just fight one and then the other, but they're actually the same. They're just cut in half by the bloodied condition. It's something I've been interested in, especially since they brought bloodied back in 524. Have you played with any monsters with mythic actions? I haven't. That sounds interesting. Took 4 sessions to kill a single boss lich dragon. The lair actions drained our HP. Oh my gosh, interesting. Lair took the role of minions. Lairs can do a lot to bridge the gap in single adversary combats because they can add a lot of dynamicism. I need a better word than dynamicism because that's such a $5 word. I hate it. But it adds a lot of interest to the combat. It adds, I think the big thing that I am focused on is how do I change the combat at certain points. Fluidity, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Mythic is go to 0, regain your HP again in temp, gain mythic actions, change some traits, etc. Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, that's precisely the sort of thing I'm going after. Yeah, you can either like do that, with temp HP, or just give them double the HP and use bloodied. It sounds like same or similar concept. Yeah, either one of those I think could be very solid. It's a way to make the fight change and again like reintroduce momentum. And then layer actions on the other side of things are a good way to add more things for more people to do, especially if the layer is generating threats separate to the adversary that have to be dealt with. Because I think one of the biggest, not problems, but not always desirable traits of a single adversary combat is everyone gathering around the sack of hit points and just whack, whack, whack. That's not super fun. So having lair actions provide other things for different party members to do, I think really addresses one of the problems with single adversaries. Lairs are considered meant to solve that problem. I don't feel like it's obvious how to make your own lairs, though. It's not. It's one of the things that I really liked about Daggerheart was that Daggerheart had a section on how to make your own environments. And I thought that was incredibly good. Incredibly good. I thought that was so interesting. I haven't read through the new DMG. I know it came out. I need to do a stream on it, which I hadn't really thought of until just now. I need to do that. I hope that there's potentially, I don't think the monster manual has come out, but I would be very interested in them doing like layer construction or layer building in the monster manual. I think that would to me partially justify it being a separate book. Or at least it would go towards justifying it. But yeah, I agree. I think there should be a little bit more guidance. Is February or something? Gotcha. That's when the Dragon Deity came back to full HP on the spot with his phylactery and we had to flee. Gotcha, yeah. But now you know that you've gone through the phylactery, so there's still an amount of progress, which is good. Yeah, interesting. Jim told us it will end tomorrow no matter what. Hey, that's fair. Pulling back the curtain as the DM sometimes, you just gotta do it sometimes. You gotta be like, hey guys, I know that there's been a lot going on. Don't worry, it'll end. Yeah, sometimes you gotta do that. I hate that because of association, we can't use the words minion and goon anymore, and henchman is both too gendered and too humanoid centric. What is left? Lackey. Yeah, I think lackey. I think I like adversaries. I like lieutenants. A grunt. I don't think grunt is too bad. Yeah, underling, mook. Oh my god, in a super early stream, way early on in this in Critical Eyes, I was looking for the word mook, and I mixed it up with the word goon in my head, and I said mook, but with a G at the beginning instead of an M, and I was like, ha! It was fucking terrifying. I obviously immediately was like, did not mean that. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. And it was when I had like 5 viewers or 6 viewers, and I was like, oh no, I've ended this. I've ended it. Oh no. But everyone was super nice and very, like, my face so immediately changed that it was very obvious that I just had a tongue slip. But yeah, that was fun. It's wild to me that you need 3 books to play other systems. I agree. I think it's ludicrous that there are 3 core books. Fucking terrible. Absolutely horrible. I will complain about this forever. But if they're going to have it, I think they should try to provide as much value as possible. What's wrong with goons? Yeah, goon is... It's a NSFW, and like not good. I don't even want to like really describe it on stream. It's not great. Minion is because of the yellow guys. Yeah. Why is the monster manual not part of the DM's guide? Good question. Great question. Who knows? Annoying. The real answer, unfortunately, is just money. Really, unfortunately. But what are you gonna do? I think Minion is still fine. Yeah, it's associated with the little yellow guys. I don't think Minion is nearly as bad. Yeah, Goon is a whole other thing, but yeah, I think there's enough. There are enough other ones. Yeah. Don't give up words for the sake of corporate brands. Fair. Don't let them win. Take back Minion.
This whirlwind, but it's having a hard time keeping its form together. It begins to kind of glance about for some sort of form of escape. Scanlan, do you want to move in your turn at all?
I will inspire Vax with a selection of the ultimate dad joke.
Oh my god.
I'm so ready for this.
A random page?
Hit me.
A conductor once told me that a euphonium is Latin for you're a fraud.
What? Oh, you.
Oh, I got it. That was a warlock.
What's the name of the movie about the Cal Von Trapp family? The Sound of Music.
Oh,
all right, take your inspiration.
Subtract it for me instead. It's 1D. He never gives me inspiration.
1d10.
1d10.
Oh, fellow dad. Yeah.
Did your inspiration go up last level or is it the next one?
No, well, it's been a D10 for a while.
Right, I'm trying to remember. I think it's next level.
Oh, you haven't leveled up.
We haven't leveled up yet. We're still
a little behind.
hanging at 14.
Double checking for you.
Yeah, it's D10. That's
Yeah, next level we can
We're
see.
level elitists for like 2 more games.
Basically. All right, Scanlan, switch over. Vax,
A rules question. Yes. Normally when I attack one character, one attack gets sneak attack, but can I sneak attack the one behind me and attack the other one that's by Keyleth? I've got friends around both.
You can attack them both, but you only can sneak attack once per round.
Okay. And then I'm going to shank backwards to the one behind me.
All right.
And it's flanked. There's 4 of us around it, so advantage on this one.
Well, let's go ahead and look at that wind wall.
Okay.
Let's take a look at the.
It should only
Left,
affect ranged attacks. It should only affect ranged attacks and gaseous creatures, because I kind of double checked that.
Honestly, I'm quite often a gaseous creature.
You are practically my textbook definition of a gaseous creature.
Yeah, it won't have much effect on you. You're fine. Just making sure.
All right. So then that's a
Forcing your hand through it.
23.
23 hits.
Okay. All right.
You can attack this one or the other one.
This one.
Okay.
3 plus
4, 7, 12, 16.
That's 28 on that one.
Oh man.
28.
That's the goal on that stuff.
As you stab through, the form dissipates upon impact.
I was hoping that would happen, and I'm
dissipates?
going to dive and roll around Keyleth and stab the next one.
Alrighty.
And that is...
As you throw your dagger, it does catch the wind wall. And it's flung out of the way.
Wait, no, I meant to run that way.
Oh, you want to run this
Can
way?
I run through it?
Okay. So you can move up to there.
Yeah,
That you can.
CVS. And attack, and that was a 23 to hit.
23 does hit.
Which is a big 7.
7 points of damage to it. All right. Yeah, so you go 1 is destroy, you rush forward, stab the other one. It's hard to push through the wind wall to even get to its form. You do manage to make some sort of purchase. It takes some damage. That ends your turn. It is now its turn. It moves into both of your spaces now. Say kind of loosely up against the two of you there. And it's going to into a whirlwind.
Uncomfortable.
Yeah, I can.
He's still in the.
You can move through the wind.
The wind wall? Wind wall, it can fly up and over. Has 90 speed.
Keep going. I'm just gonna cross-reference that. Keep going.
Sweet.
Because the wind wall itself, if I recall,
I'm just checking. No, keep going. Keep going. I'm gonna check for you.
I'm gonna check now before I do all these rolls.
Oh boy.
It is 15 feet high.
All right. Yep.
Dueling dictionaries.
Do it.
I like that this is literally
Yep.
becoming
No,
a
it
dueling
is
dictionary.
15 feet high. You're correct.
All right, so as
He
it
hops the
swarms,
fence.
he does,
Trespasser.
and swirls around in a whirlwind.
Pardon
between
my
the two of you.
ignorance.
I need both of you guys to make strength saving throws.
Strength.
Who, me?
Damn it.
Yeah.
Damn it, Matt.
What?
Nice.
Strength.
You have inspiration.
I'm gonna use luck.
Okay.
Your dice, your dice.
Oh, screw you, die. I mean,
still
thank you
have
for it, but still,
inspiration.
screw you. I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Yeah, do
On
it.
top of that, the one
anyway.
that's... Oh, yay!
16 and
19.
both of you guys succeed, so you take half.
Hey.
Damn it, Gil.
God damn it, Gil.
Mine's been rocking. I don't know what your problem
Of
is.
course it has now.
You're an anomaly.
How much damage was that?
You both take 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
6. Okay, I'm
And
dead.
you hold your ground. It doesn't fling you about. It's not strong enough to win. It's smaller form, able to push both of you entirely off your feet. So well done. That ends its turn. Next rep.
Can I fly over it so that I can shoot down onto it?
You can actually.
All right. Then as my bonus action, I'm gonna have Trinket run up and attack it.
Whoa! Trinket attack something?
Alright, so you fly up enough, you have a view over the wind wall itself, and take 2 shots. Ends the bonus action. We'll Trinket will rush up and
Yeah.
Cool.
Trinket's gonna bite it.
That's cool.
go for it.
Fight the wind.
It's like a dog in a water hose.
26 hits. Second turn.
Yeah.
14 hit points for Trinket.
14. So,
And
so
I-
that was Trinket stack?
Yeah.
Nice. 14 points damage from Trinket. Pushing forward. Just growling and biting through the middle of it.
Biting
Now full of
here.
glass. It's not fun, but it does damage.
Little buddy. Jeez Louise. 17 for my hit.
Hits.
And then that's the next one. Higher.
Okay, yes. 2 hits. Go to damage.
Okay.
That's a lot of math.
I know. 20 points for the first one.
Nice.
And that, plus sneak attack. 24 points. 2 of those are lightning.
Nice.
And then 14. So 14, and then, oh, I don't, that time. 14 points for the second one.
Gotcha. Cool. All right. So above, releasing 2 arrows that you see spark as they released from the boat, impacting into it. You see Trinket just tear into its form. Every now and then you see what looks to be an arm of Vax swing through, and Keyleth's trying to push her way out of the elemental right now. It's just this kind of mix of swirling dirt and wind, but it's seemingly being worn down. The speed in which it's swirling in its space is getting to slow, and images within its form are getting easier and easier to see. That brings us back to the top. Percival.
How far away is it? Let's say one.
That's about 35 feet from you.
Come on, wind killer.
Oh god, I'm not even gonna plot the gun and just start laying waste to it. Let's do. I'm gonna reload and take 2 shots with the sharpshooter.
Okay.
No, that just jinxes it.
Oh, no.
See, that's better. Look at that. That's lovely. 18, 26 and 23.
He's a mutant.
I don't know damage.
Not right.
Mutant.
Somewhere else in the universe.
Yeah, but nobody else is
Oh, no, yeah.
Me, I missed. I rolled a 1.
We wonder why there's the West Nile virus. Like,
Wow.
yes, he got.
Thanks, Al.
Make sure this is right.
Thanks,
46 points of piercing damage.
46 total?
Yes.
These are all sharpshooter, right?
There were 2 shots of sharpshooter, which is a base of 16 times 2, so that's 32.
I haven't heard it abbreviated as OSP. That makes way more sense. I have heard of overly sarcastic productions. That is where I first heard about Watsonian and Doyleist. They are the ones that taught me about that. I did not think about OSP Blue, but that makes way more sense. No, I big recommend to overly sarcastic productions. Honestly, I don't know if this is gonna start beef. I don't know. OSP, I love you. Not a great name. If I had to be honest, it's a little confusing and long and does not create a great acronym. Sounds like SCP. But I love your channel, and so I don't want beef because I love your channel. But yeah, I forget who OSP, but I will delete this because I do know who it is. But they're a great channel. I do highly recommend it. They, especially if you ever are even, I know, drama. I would love to get into drama with OSP. That would mean they know who I am. If you are at all interested in like the storytelling stuff, that like if you were actually interested in the narrative agency tangent that we had last time and like are interested in the foreshadowing discussion, if you're interested in like that level of depth in storytelling, OSP is going to be a great channel for you. They are way better at discussing it than me. Partially because a lot of it's pre-recorded. But they're great. They're really, really good. If you want like a short, great intro that I think will be an immediate help in your games as a player. I really recommend their 5-man band videos. Videos. They have I think several videos about the narrative concept of the 5-man band. That is really, really good. I think it is something that is super immediately applicable for players. Highly recommend. Yeah. They also have a ton of other good shit, but that's the one that if you're a player especially, I would start with.
Plus I rolled a natural 10 on that, which pushes to 42 plus a 4, so 46.
So 46?
That all?
Yeah.
Even halved from the impact, you managed to blast the creature, its form hitting the wind wall and scattering against it. No longer physically able to hold its form, but the elemental dissipating into the sky.
Percival, he who breaks wind.
All right.
That was for you.
As you all,
Now I feel guilty.
as you all take a moment, kind of like catch your breath and look around. Everyone roll a perception check.
Natural 20.
Yay!
Is there any
Natural
lingering?
20.
Natural 1! I'm cleaning my gun, I'm not even looking.
Wow, 2 20s to 1 so far.
Not talking, ladies and gentlemen.
15, right in the middle.
Perfectly balanced.
15.
Okay. You guys take a moment, kind of glance around. It appears that whatever disturbed wind brought this sudden attack on has dissipated, and the creatures you've slaughtered have kind of brought this calm stillness to the beach. All you can hear around you is the occasional of the water up on the shore. It does not appear that there is any immediate danger on the beach.
I suddenly remember the letters that I stole from the ship, and I say, Percival! And I pull them out.
Thank you. I'm just gonna
I'm not giving them to you.
Oh,
I'm
oh.
looking at them with you.
They are what appear to be sketches and designs, one of which is of a more refined pepper box.
Okay, upon looking at them, I don't get it, and I hand them to him.
Okay. There are
Just a cursory look, yeah.
Yep, you glance through. There are other variations of retort, the pistol that she had before. You also see a few sketches, very complete sketches of kind of a bad news rebuild.
Oh, boy.
Not as good even looking at it. The design, you can see a few faults in it that prevent it from being as powerful as what you've created, but nevertheless, it is a fairly high-powered rifle-like weapon. You do see beneath them as well, you see notes of what looks like 5 constructed, and then it's erased 2 on hand.
Okay. I'm putting this away. I'm not thinking about this for a little while.
It's like a ledger keeping tabs
Yeah.
of each thing that she's created.
That was for bad news.
I believe that was for bad. And maybe it was either no, it's the pepper box, I believe.
I'm going to take a little run towards the water and then shoot out and do what I was trying to do before.
Okay.
So this one.
5 on hand. 5 on hand. She's gonna have 5 hands. Yeah, no, 2 guns herself, and then 5 other mechanized arms. Forget the other party members; they don't get guns. She has the fucking Doc Ock tentacles with each one with a gun. That's why it only says 2 on hand, is because the rest are held by her tentacles. She is creating a pro CS team. I can't wait to see her in the CSGO finals.
Alan, can you use your very, very delicate sword and put some very, very gentle, difficult to see holes in both of these boats?
Sure. Sure. I'm a master swordsman. I draw my blade. Talk to me, baby.
Talk to me, Goose.
As you say baby, the voice has this kind of baby, this low, like tuning fork vibration hits the blade. As you begin to just go nuts on the ship, you guys watch as splinters of wood go.
That was not what I had in mind.
I'm just stabbing.
Straight, delicate stabbing.
Oh, great. Yes. Just a couple.
You put quite a number of pinpushing-like blows to the exterior of the ship's bow. Neither of these will last much in the water.
Did we actually end up searching the boats for everything, or did we not end up searching the boats?
You were about to.
You were about to.
I was about to before this happened.
Wait, if those elementals that we just fought were they left by Ripley? Was it a trap? Did we activate a trap? What is she close by? She can't have gotten far.
It looks like she dragged whatever she found further into the island. Can I call Trinket over and then look at the tracks and see if he smells anybody and see
I need
where
a
they
heal.
took everything?
So
Go and make an investigation.
Does anyone else want to take a short rest?
Yes.
Do we have time?
No, we don't
Where's
have
she
time.
going?
Water looks
What
awesome.
if she's teleporting out of here? What if there's
15 for me.
teleporting
Should I roll for Trinket too for his smell perception?
Yeah.
I need a heal.
Well, this is investigation, so.
Oh, okay. But Trinket's got. I was seeing if he could catch their scent.
Yeah, then roll a perception check for Trinket.
And he's got advantage on smell. 25.
As you're kind of looking about, you see the tracks. You also see in some of the grooves where some of this heavy object was being dragged. You see one portion where it's dragged up, or seemed to have been dragged up onto a kind of a shelf, like a very small 6-inch shelf of glass. and you can see what appears to be a scrape and some splinters of wood. Whatever was being dragged appears to have been wooden, and part of it was like very, very faintly damaged when it was dragged up onto the shelf. So you're looking for something that appears to be made of wood.
Okay.
The wood slivers, as you look at them, they're a little swollen and damp.
Waterlogged, for sure.
Yeah, so whatever these were, they were underwater for a period of time. Trinket goes and kind of like leans the head forward towards the jungle.
Right.
Hey. You also have that dog. They can maybe team up and have extra strong smell perception, but...
Truth.
Or we can save it.
I don't know why I'm saying this, but I trust Trinket.
So you want to keep the dog for later, don't
Yes.
you? Okay.
Wait, does anyone... should I heal you personally?
That would be lovely. I'm bleeding over everything.
Oh, well, here, yeah, I'll do one too.
Heal his face. His face is cut up. I say over there.
I mean,
No,
I'm
no,
not
That is so
strong,
kind
but-
of you to say.
Better that
I'll
way.
heal everything but his face. Let's see here.
Do you have a strong heal?
No, I'm
right.
terrible. It's tiny.
I'll do a...
It's not tiny. It's
I'll
what you
do
do
a
with it.
second level,
Oh, thank you.
and I'll just touch your face. So I can heal the little glass shardy things.
Oh, thank you. Ow.
I will do a second level healing word as well.
Okay.
Which is what, 2d4?
2d4 plus 6.
That's 9. 9 is good. I'm a little better.
17 for me.
Thank you. It's
Oh, wait. Before we trudge off into the jungle, didn't you get a shit ton of potions? Can you hand those out, please?
Yeah, totally.
Am I seeing anything out in the water?
The ship is sunk.
Gone. No signs.
You do not see anybody currently swimming in the water. Yeah, from what you can tell me, perception check.
At best they've headed to the
That
gas
is
ship.
22.
Tough swim.
22.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking about, you can see the bits of the reef that are slightly visible through the murky water surface here in the bay. But the ship is gone. You can see bits of floating broken wood from the impact of the ship. It's probably in driftwood on the beach itself. No sign of any survivors.
All right, I'll shoot back.
You do see 2 figures out towards it that are just kind of floating in the water face down.
Oh yeah.
Check them for traps.
I'm gonna go
taking it.
drag him
Whoops.
back.
Huh?
I'm gonna drag him back.
Freaking
Okay,
playing awesome.
you're not going to be able to drag both of them with the wings.
But one I can.
One you could, yeah.
I will drag one back.
Oh, you're gonna drag my shame into shore.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. Okay.
Shame, you mean your pride?
I would.
Drag one
Right,
back.
so you grab one.
It would be
and
willing
it's,
to
it's
assume
hard.
it
You
would
can
not.
barely get any lift, but you can basically, especially since he's so soaked with the water, it's an extra weight. So you're like,
I just stay close to the surface of the water and.
yeah. I will ask you to go ahead and make an athletics check.
All right.
Scan and take a greater and a regular healing potion.
Thank you.
Percy, take a greater and a regular.
Just an 11.
Keyleth, do you
You're
need
barely
I'm
able
okay.
to keep from being dragged into the
Give them to
water.
other people who can't
Okay.
heal
And
And it
themselves.
takes you a
Then
while
actually
to
both
get
of you
there
take
because you're
one
having
more
to basically
greater,
drag.
one
He
more
doesn't ever
regular.
actually leave the water.
Yeah.
You're kind of pulling him through it as you go. It takes you about
Well, save
15
them. Do
minutes
you
to
need
get him into
another?
shore.
Yeah, save.
That's 65.
I'm gonna imagine that my wings kind of bamf out soon after that.
Yeah, you're getting pretty close to the end of your time.
So I'm gonna search him.
I'll give you a lever.
He's dead, yeah?
Yes.
Cure
Yeah.
wounds.
So make an investigation check. You guys watch as Vax swings with the wings, dragging a waterlogged, seemingly unconscious or dead body, throws it onto the beach and begins rifling through the pockets.
Ooh, what'd you find?
That is
All right. I rarely directly and like sometimes I will bring up the production in terms of like, oh man, that's how it's like different between home games and not. And that is still what this is. But holy shit. I already have a hard time picking out individual voices in crowded rooms, or when multiple people are talking. They all sound the same to me. Voices on the TV sound the same as like someone in person. At a D&D table, I'm actually not that. I know a lot of DMs and a lot of people and content creators are harsh on table talk, on like crosstalk. It honestly doesn't bother me that much. A lot of times, you know, it's like this where someone is still doing something within the fiction and then the other players are talking about more like accounting type bullshit. Like, oh, you get these healing potions. Holy fuck, I might have to take off my headphones and just read the captions, because when it is all at the same volume because of the mics, it makes it sound like I am in the fucking Dissonant Whispers spell. I can't think. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Mega mentioned a comic coming out of nowhere last stream. It basically happened to those underlings a little bit. Yeah, the Meteor kinda did comment them out of nowhere. Yeah.
22.
22. You find 145 gold pieces.
Oh, hello.
It's the first gold I've had in ages.
You find a spyglass. And you find 2 small, kind of reddish purple stones that are perfectly spherical in the pocket.
What is
What?
it all about? They were playing marbles.
All right.
Okay, that's all you find.
What's that thingy? Pointing to the spyglass.
That's a, you know what that is. First of all, what is that?
It's one of those
Spyglass. It's a spyglass, I assume.
Looker.
Yes, here, you can look through and you can see that everything is very, very far away.
Oh, it looks small now. Everything looks tiny.
Just like you. Thank you. All right.
So wait, what are the 2 marbles?
That I've got in my pocket.
Can you pass this
Oh, I thought
spyglass
that's what
over?
you passed
Yes.
over. My bad.
Actually,
I think that would be great on the broom.
I think that's a good idea.
What is that?
I'm gonna keep this.
Yeah. Is
Spyglass?
that for looking through?
Do you have one of those on your big bad nose?
I do. It's not quite as powerful as that,
we
although
make
that
sure
is an
no
interesting
one-
idea.
Can I
I'll
look
play
through
with
it?
that later.
Ooh, can I fly up in the air and look through it?
Yeah.
Down to the ground. See what I see.
You fly up and start making a perception check.
I take the 2
Does it,
small
do I get
stones.
advantage because of the spyglass?
The DC will change based on what you're looking for.
I take the 2 small stones and I look over at Percival and Keela and go,
What are those?
those look valuable to you.
They look like.
Before.
They look like rocks.
They look like if you.
I mean, you have a closer look of the canopy of this jungle. You basically make up the same details that you did earlier. There are bits of green, there are bits of live tree here and there. Most of it's just dark.
What
and
if I
dead.
follow from where the path of the that I saw them dragging and I follow through the trees? Can I see in like a path inward from there?
You see from this distance, there is occasionally what looks to be a break in the jungle or a path that could be taken that isn't completely overgrown and too thick to walk through. That's all you can make out from this
I'll
distance.
do. I'm examining one of the red rocks. Does it look like anything? The red circled spheres.
It looks almost like a polished red quartz. Imperfect. You can see kind of what look almost like texture cracks or just layers of some sort of a natural forming quartz-like material on the inside.
So it's like
Slide that
stone?
down.
It's
It's
pretty?
like a larger marble of stone.
Are they magic?
Probably.
Can we arcane them? Arcane check?
I'll take a look at these.
Yeah.
Hand it.
For Arcana.
You can make an Arcana check.
No, Grog, I don't need it.
Oh.
You can have it.
Oh, 19 plus stuff. Plus 7.
Yeah, these don't get used too often. They're usually used more in emergency nautical
butt.
circumstances or used as a means of gaining attention for certain.
they're flares?
It's called a flare stone, and they're impacted hard and then thrown high and then turned into a. kind of
Is that
flare
what we
mark.
saw?
That's what you saw above.
So he
the
wasn't a
ship, so
magic
you guys
user.
are-
That's cool.
Well, he was because he was starting a spell.
Okay.
The flares.
They are-
Who
Cool.
wants
Hey,
them?
pass that back. That's
Yeah.
mine.
We should
The purple one?
spread them out. They should,
that's
everyone should
I
not
take
have.
the purple one, you take the red one?
No, you take them both.
Why do I take them
You've
both?
got the broom. You can.
You'd need one, and someone
One,
else
just take
the
one.
other.
I keep.
No.
I'll keep the purple one.
I'll take
Let
the.
the twins have them, because they're the ones who'll get
Yeah.
separated.
That was a perfect interaction.
Rog remembers that.
It's a way to call for help, Grog.
I heard you could put these up your
I don't
butt.
think you're going to need it very often.
I'll take off sullenly towards the trees.
I'm going to follow.
All right.
He's got the right idea.
Ow, ow.
Trinket catches up to you, and like Trinket's kind of running alongside you, following the smell. You guys watch. Is everyone getting?
I'm going.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You guys push forward, reaching the tree line, and then pushing into the jungle itself.
Oh, I get one cleaner.
The smell of the saltwater air gives way to now the smell of ash and burnt forest, but old, very faint. It's less of a recent burn and more just an ever-present scent of dead brush. You do catch the occasional sour smell of some sort of a tropical flower, and you do see bursts of ground brush and living plant life that has kind of pushed through the glass and is slowly kind of retaking the island over time.
Can I keep an eye out for that flower?
Yeah, you see it a few times. It has kind of a yellowish, like a milky white color to it, and it has a vibrant purple stamen that kind of protrudes from it, and it gives, it's almost like a sour milk type smell. It's not very pleasant.
I grab a few, put them in my bag.
Okay. You continue pushing through the petrified forests. You guys pick up, and Trinket picks up as well. As you're pushing on for another 150 feet or so, you start noticing broken branches. You see little elements that you're used to in tracking movement from individuals. You can see what are sheer signs of heavy footfalls. Occasionally, what looks to be another grinding along the ground. It looks like whatever was being dragged has now been seemingly picked up, or is now leaving less of an impact through. It has more people now working towards moving it. So that groove is subtly vanishing as it progresses, but you do see signs of people pushing through the jungle at a rapid pace.
Are the twins quietly in the lead?
Right now, it's Grog and Trinket in the lead. If you guys want to change up a marching order for this, let's do it.
Yeah, buddy, you're very big and large and amazing. Could I, what do you want?
He wants one of those balls to put in his butt.
I give him a small piece of glass from the ground and I put it in his hand, and then I run up ahead.
I'll grab his collar and pull him back.
Try, buddy. Give me a dexterity check.
I'll make a strength check or an athletics check,
An
Grog.
intelligence check.
You make an acrobatics check.
All right. Acrobatics. Yeah, that's fine.
Grog, you still,
25.
30.
you still have inspiration, Grog.
Oh, I do! 35.
Oh! Wait. I'm gonna use luck.
Oh, just...
No, didn't.
You dart forward, grinning as you just left him behind. And all of a sudden, you feel your hood go, choke you behind his dog, just holding it, and pulls you back to him.
What is your rush?
Fine, take the lead. I'm keeping the stone, dick.
Fine.
Right this way, stealthy motherfucker.
Start stomping extra
No,
loud
God,
as I walk.
please don't stop.
Really making like little bits of salt and pepper beneath my feet.
The glass is cracking and breaking beneath his footfalls.
That's not okay.
I'm specifically. I want to keep like just conscious. I just had this weird thought. I just want to. Do I smell anything? Do I taste anything in the air? Is there minerals or any kind of? I had this horrifying notion that are there any signs that this island has even been vague?
Great question, Percy. Smell can tell you so much about the history and inherent properties of a location. That's such an interesting question.
Inhabited at all recently? Are like how many people does it feel like are here? And is there possibly
Make an intelligence check.
see if you're going where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I second that question.
Let's go 12 straight.
It's hard to tell. From the beach, the only sign of any sort of activity that has been washed away by the elements was the campsite that you saw, and that was relatively fresh. And you gather probably from the rather rapid rate of rainfall that storms through this area that a lot of any sign would be washed away over time. However, you guys flew over in the skyship, and as you cased the island, you did not see any pockets of villages. You didn't see areas of the jungle that have been, harvested for resources.
I'm going to keep my senses aware as possible for the signs of a mining operation.
Okay.
And can I keep my senses aware for like aboriginals of the island?
Okay. So you guys are just keeping tabs on anything around you might be a sign.
I'm keeping my senses aware for if Ripley's invisible and is around us.
Okay.
I am looking for literally nothing.
And you find it.
Well, I will have, I will guess in this point, everyone roll a stealth check if you're stealthing forward.
I'm looking for rabbits.
Last rabbit.
Wow, no.
Natural 20.
Wow.
Hey, 17.
14.
7.
25.
28.
All right.
Oh.
The half-elves catch up on this. As you're making your way towards this knotted section of the jungle, this is the stealth check, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You guys are pushing forward quiet. You guys, without a single touch of sound, a little bit from Scanlan, but as the bulk, you guys manage to stop him and as a group push forward, you imagine fairly unseen. It's pretty proud of Fox Machina. Grog especially, being the one that stomped forward. You continue to push forward. Everyone make a perception check.
All right, new dice. 3.
10.
22.
26.
Ooh. 30.
6.
Half-elves, once again, coming through with the skill checks.
Yeah, team happy.
You guys being quiet and being careful and methodical and pushing past the brush without damaging anything. Vex keeping an eye on signs of movement, and the more you push forward, you start seeing some of the branches that are broken have less dust or just general settling material on them. You're coming upon something relatively recent.
Right,
Yes.
is the ground still covered in glass?
There are bits of dried brush, but there is still a very glass-based floor here.
Is it like broken glass or smooth glass?
There are sections of it that are smooth, there are sections that are broken. You can see the further in you get, the less that it appears to be a jagged, broken experience. But it does vary depending.
But we can navigate.
You can navigate through carefully as you move.
And does the vegetation seem to be getting thicker?
It's pretty thick. There's small breaks here and there, but for the most part, like I said, there aren't carved paths through the jungle here. There's just kind of natural clearings, and you guys have to kind of find your way through. Sometimes you get tight and you have to move around some of the larger trees, but you're able to navigate without a huge issue. It's not terribly choked off. The half-elves, as you guys are quietly pulling forward, you pick up on what sounds like whispers. Hushed voices, at least. What do you do?
I want to take out. I have a couple vials of poison. Can I dip like a few arrows in the poison?
Sure.
Okay. Does that make poison arrows?
The arrows would be poison, yes.
Okay.
Arrows begin to die.
I will come back, I promise. Do you want me to go look? I'll come back. Just go look. I promise.
You got this. Be as quiet as fucking possible. I believe in you.
I can't hear any of that stuff when you're that quiet. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to stealth my way toward.
We can stage
Roll a
whisper.
stealth check as you're now progressing separately.
There's no one really listening to us, so we can talk as loud as we want.
What?
31.
Okay. So you guys are all staying behind. What's the marching order, by the way? You guys are currently in.
I'm gonna be behind him.
All right. So Max is going ahead.
I'll allow it.
Don't make a sound.
Vax is going forward. We
I'm
have
stealthing onto a battle map.
Vax. You are staying behind him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you going along with her?
everybody alone.
Or is he going forward, or are you just letting him go ahead?
I'm gonna stay like behind him.
Okay, back with the group or with him? He's moving ahead. Everyone's
Like
staying.
how much farther ahead are you going?
My proposition was to leave you all and go look and come back. To look.
That's always works out every time.
But,
so go for
Set
it.
up a flare this time.
Why don't I go? I'll
I'm
tell you
gonna
what.
stay.
I'll
Full
go
stealth
up.
for trinket, by the way, too. Could
Oh,
do that.
60.
What?
Full stealth for trinket.
I figure when I go too stealthy, I just
Well, okay, then trinket is popping your necklace if you want to do that. Probably safest.
yeah for stealthy times.
Stealthy time.
All right, so marching order is Vax.
Stealthy
Who's behind
time.
Vex?
Use Raven Slumber.
I'm in the backpack.
Okay, Scanlan's holding up the rear.
And then I suppose it would be Grog, Keith, and me and Keith, maybe?
Yeah.
Huh?
Grog behind Vex.
Yeah.
And then
two
Keyleth
of us.
and Percy behind that, and Scan.
We're kind of been beaten around the head and neck.
All right. Now, Vax, as you stealth up ahead, you
Can I use detect evil?
Detect evil? Is that a thing that exists?
Yes, it is.
the spell.
Are you going to see anything other than me, really?
Don't flatter
I'm like the
yourself.
city lights of Los Angeles. I just drown out the
You're a
stars.
wannabe.
I'm such a
Believe me.
wannabe.
Yeah, seriously.
I'm the middle
Going on?
management.
What are we doing?
You're holding back.
Middle management.
Divine sense. The presence of strong evil registers on your senses like a noxious odor.
Sorry.
The spell, the level 1 spell?
No, divine sense.
just the-
You
just-
use this
oh,
feature a
I
number
see.
of times, equal to 1 plus your charisma modifier.
Right.
So one.
So
That's right. So now 3 times I can do in a day. Fancy me.
Yeah. Alrighty. So you stop and concentrate, and the end of your turn. All right. You do not sense any celestials, fiends, or undead.
Okay. Okay.
That's good.
Well, good thing
that's-
that I'm being quiet, so I'm going to still
You scoot ahead, and
move
you
towards the whispers.
there's like a small break, and you see that groove kind of reappear in the center of this break.
Wait, I did just remember the fact that the dagger that they are here to get is called Whisper. That kind of didn't enter my mind until just now when he said whispers again. What does this do again? Blade forged from the metal pulled from the far realm. It was the center to many a dark ritual. Ooh. Lies at the bottom of the Ozma Sea, sunken with the lost ship, the Shrew, in a storm 300 years ago near an island of glass. Interesting. 300 years ago? Wait a second. $300 ago. Okay, not that long ago, number one. Number two, if we don't take the round numbers at their word, because, 300 years is very reasonable to tell your players if it was actually something like, 279 or potentially even as high as like 320, 330. And if the opposite is true of potentially something like a 400-year number, also maybe being rounding, we could maybe say that that was like 380, 390. These two might be closer in time. And this was not 15 years ago. This was 15 years later, right? I could have sworn I could have sworn I edited that. No, it wasn't 15 years later. It was 15 years ago. Yeah, okay. Because the island of glass was already here. But if it was the center of many a dark ritual, it could be possible. Exactly, Dan. That's what I'm saying. it is possible, especially because Devosa talked about the Thordak going down into the ocean, Whisper, center of all these dark rituals, going down in the middle of the ocean. Potentially, this is a failed resurrection attempt. Like, the reason that Whisper is at the bottom of the Osmit Sea in this location, this dagger that is dark. I mean, dark rituals, I'm thinking instantly resurrection, necromancy, violations of the natural order. Someone potentially that knows about Thordak's resurrectability. Maybe Thordak's like easier to resurrect. Maybe that's why he keeps coming back. And so they bring Whisper, and they're going to try to resurrect, but then, oh no, that's a good question, Sputnik. They try. They're going. The cultists are going to try to resurrect him, but then the storm sinks the ship. All the cultists die in the storm. Whisper ends up at the bottom of the ocean. Thordak gets resurrected some other way 15 years ago. So it could be that Whisper is in this location because of a failed resurrection attempt when the cultists, maybe they didn't even get into the actual attempt, you know? They might not have even gotten the attempt off. They might have just gotten sunk before they were even able to do the attempt. And now Whisper's at the bottom of the sea. And then 15 years ago, some other attempt by someone else was successful, totally, separated from Whisper. That's kind of interesting. Having to do a ritual on a boat because the magic spot keeps moving? Yeah, potentially. I don't think we know anything else about the shrew other than that it's, related to Whisper. Or that it was sunk with Whisper. I'm interested to see if we learn anything else about the shrew or their inhabitants or anything along those lines. And also all this fucking whispering that we're about to walk into here. If these are a bunch of, skeleton cultists or something, deceased cultists that are doing, an eternal ritual because their bones have the muscle memory, or I guess not muscle memory in that case, bone memory. Whisper, resurrected all of them, but, didn't have any direction, the cultists go down with the ship. Whisper, it's a vestige.
Take a break.
Okay, I'll take a break in a second. Whisper, it's a vestige without a wielder. It is force, unconstrained, undirected. It raises the inhabitants of the shrew, all of the cultists. Their bones remember, but their minds are elsewhere. So they trudge their way onto shore, maybe dragging all of their supply. Oh no, the grooves would have gotten washed away. Forget dragging the supplies. They go gunk, 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 gunk onto the shore, and their bones just keep the ritual going, but they're just bones now. They can't actually do anything. There's no power there. They themselves are being animated by a power. They cannot wield any sort of power. And so they're just eternally going through the motions, never able to complete, but also never able to stop. Huh? That's kind of something. That's possible. If we see a bunch of skeletons in hoods, in what we're walking into, I'm taking that as a win. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. The idea of a dark ritual failing because the cultists couldn't sail and crash the delivery ship. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Confused strawberry. So Whisper whispered, I'm on a boat traveling to the lonely island. Yeah, then it got struck down by the YouTube bolt of lightning. Yeah. I'm gonna think about it a little bit more in the bathroom. We're gonna take a quick break, and I will be right back. Hello. I'm just reading your guys. I want to do this ritual, but I'm too bad to draw the symbols. No. That's so fucking funny. I love it. Oh, man. I love it. I think that's what's going on. I think that's what's happening.
Break, and you see what appear to be three figures on the other side of this, seemingly in a conversation.
What do they look like?
You see, to the back, holding a large wooden crate, and is currently kind of leaning against it and kind of impatiently looking at the other two figures, a female Goliath with a heavy, heavy scratch scar across her face, head shaved bald, and she has like a shield slung over her back and a big sword currently sheathed over her shoulder. She looks kind of wounded a little bit, like there's a little bit of blood trickling down the face. And then right in front of the crate, you see what appears to be a younger man with a dark hood up and cloak arguing with another woman wearing a very intricate cloak with like a sparkling blue interior. Darker brown hair kind of pulled into a very, very tight bun in the back with streaks of white in the back. And what appear to be familiar looking weapons dangling from her belt. You're too far away to hear anything, but you do see this.
Goliath? Ripley?
They're just on the beach? We're not even gonna have the battle underwater? Did I miss something where we found out about them? Did they just succeeded? Because now I'm assuming that they actually, like, I thought we were going to have, like, I thought the battle was going to be in the underwater. But I'm starting to think that it's just going to be that they, like, dragged up the crate already. And it's just going to be up here. Oh, shit. Interesting. That's very funny. That is the tracks that VM were following. Yes, I knew that they were following a crate track, but I guess it didn't line up in my head. I just assumed that there hadn't been enough time for Ripley and all of them to go down to the shrew, get whatever they were, get a crate, it appears, get it all the way back onto shore, and then Vox Machina arrived. I think I got the scry where Keyleth saw them drink potions was a while ago. That's interesting. I thought that the timeline was much, much shorter. Which is potentially, I think I confused the timeline a bit in my head. I knew that the campfire what I thought happened is that the boat docked, they set up the campfire, then they went back to the boat, got the water breathing potions, and then jumped in. So I thought that they had been on the island for a while and were like preparing, maybe taking a long rest, equivalent of whatever. And then they went to the shrew once Vox Machina was much, much closer. So I totally misjudged. Clearly the party didn't. It doesn't seem like the party's surprised at all, so it seems like Matt did a fair job and they did a fair job at like tracking the timelines for themselves. I lost it. Interesting. Yeah. I think that there was a little bit of like montage effect there during the actual travel through the storm sequence, which again, fair enough. None of this is a Matt or player critique. This is just I missed something, which is probably, has to just do with the streaming aspect. Potion of Water Breathing 14 is only a 1 hour duration. Yeah, I thought that they would still be under the effect of it. It was directly from the boat. Yes. We're all on the same page about, I thought that they landed or got there in the boat, went to shore to like do some shit with the campfire and everything, then went back to the boat when Vox Machina was within an hour of the island, drank the water breathing, and were still down there. Like, I thought that they had jumped off the boat like 10 or 20 minutes before Vox Machina got there. So I thought we were about to go through a whole like underwater sequence with them. Okay. That kind of nixes out a lot of the stuff that I was talking about at the beginning of the stream with like the needle in the haystack. It's much, the haystack is much smaller. It's just this island, which seems pretty fucking small. So the searching is going to be a lot easier than I thought. I think that is the problem. I think that the second scry with Keyleth, I think I conflated the two of those. Because I think I conflated what was seen in one of the scries with what was seen in the other, because Keyleth did scry very close to the boat. And I think in my memory, those two got like combined. But like I said, clearly they all know what's going on. So easy. Yeah. We totally weren't talking about much of your theorizing. Was weirdly off topic. Well, yeah, in my head, even when I was talking about all of these, like, skeleton cultists, I was like, well, yeah, because Ripley and all of them are in the ocean. So I was like, whatever they're coming up on must not be Ripley and all of them. Oh, no. Welp. That, you know what? What are you gonna do? Let's play.
And the third, you
and the
said.
third, yes.
What is the third of it?
It's too hard to see from this distance. Looks humanoid. Okay.
And I go directly towards Percival. She's there.
What?
Shut she is there.
Right.
Grog, there's a big woman of your breed there. And a third, I don't know if it's a he or a she, I don't know who it is.
Thank God.
What do we do? Charging guns blazing?
I say we put her down as quickly as... I say we put her down as quickly. That's right, we have the stage whisper. Yes. This is fine. Let's just all assume that everyone can not hear us.
Do we know what the vestige that she has does?
We don't.
So what can we immobilize her with?
We do know for whatever she has blocked my scrying. So whatever it is blocked my magic.
She's probably immune to magic.
From my vantage point that I had, how far away was I from them?
You were about 100 feet from them. You were just on the outside of that kind of slight open clearing, and they were in the center of it. It looked like there was momentum moving through, and they had stopped to have this argument. So you don't know how long until they're going to keep moving.
How about we take a short rest?
It's one of the, like...
we can overtake her now if we go right now.
All right.
What about the hamster ball?
But we're not rested.
We're gonna have to take it
The
right
hamster
now.
ball, I can go in there on the hamster ball, but that doesn't do anything.
Catching the ball?
She might not be catchable.
I thought she can't.
This is also interesting because if this is the case, okay, actually now the flare also makes way more sense. Oh, I was going on the cast whisper. Oh yeah. Okay, that makes sense, John. That makes sense. It was too quiet. I was legitimately confused as to why they did a flare. And I was like, oh, it's like a magic flare? It's like the equivalent of like alarm, you know, where like when the flare goes off, there's a visual thing, but then there's also like a magical mental thing. Wow. The flare makes way more sense. The flare would have been totally useless. And I thought to myself, man, that's a useless thing, but they're probably going to discover that it actually was like magically useful. Okay. It all is coming together now. Oh man, every one of us is wildly incorrect theories at some point while watching. Most of us did broadcast those theories to people online. Well, that's true. I don't mind if my theories are wildly incorrect. It's more like, man, I interpreted the facts of what was happening so wrong. Like, a lot of my theorizing is purposefully kind of wild and wonky. But man, oh man, did I misunderstand the just facts of the scene entirely. This makes way more sense. The only thing that I'm a little bit confused on is, I guess that means that they've been, I guess they could have had multiple water breathing potions, but that means that they've been like on the shore or like on the island for like 5 or 6 hours, and they're still like barely into the woods. I guess this shit was heavy as hell. Or maybe the crate, assumingly doesn't have whisper in it, because whisper's like a dagger. It's not gonna be heavy. Also cloak and dagger. That's a good name. Cloak and dagger is good. I just put it together. It's all coming together. Like, what have they been doing this whole time? This implies to me now that they didn't just come for the dagger. They also came to do something on the island. They're maybe a dark ritual of some manner. Maybe they're doing a dark ritual? This is weird. I don't know what's going on. I still say the vampire sex dungeon Javon theory was way more. The vampire sex dungeon may be the most off I've ever been. I mean, you guys saw it. When they went up that elevator and actually talked to Jamon, I was flabbergasted. My ghast was flabbered. Fully. I was at a loss when because I thought the vampire sex dungeon would be wrong. I didn't think it would be that ludicrously wrong. Totally not yet. Oh my god, was it all wrong? It's such a good title. It's a great title. That's a good ass title. Yeah. Oh man. So maybe they are Which this brings me back to my theory that I had about like the Glintshore having like an Ioun temple and maybe a siphon. That would kind of make sense if they're like hauling boxes onto here, maybe boxes of residuum or something, and they're gonna do a ritual with Whisper potentially, and maybe they won't like need as much residuum as like they needed in Whitestone because they have Whisper. Whisper will act as like the same type of like focusing agent that the residuum would have been in Whitestone that like the Briarwoods were using. So maybe they are going to do a similar dark ritual. Interesting. I assume Whisper's inside of boxes, yeah. Oh man. Okay, let's see what happens. I'm so thrown. I'm so torn. I'm adrift. I don't know what's happening.
Be magicked.
I don't know.
She probably can't magic one of the others. I'm going to.
I can barely hear you.
I'm going to create a distraction. When the distraction happens, we just all charge and attack.
Wait.
I'll shoot
You're
her.
creating a distraction.
I'll create a distraction.
Scanlan create the
I can
distraction.
I have a very good distraction.
Yeah, but okay, we need you on sharpshooter duty.
Percy, I think you are the distraction. Are you going to be the distraction?
No. She'll know I'm here when she feels a bullet hit her.
Do we want to use these?
No.
I was going to make the treasure chest look like a trap triggered. I was going to have it explode with like a poison, an illusionary poison.
Well, hang on. If we have the flares that she is recognized with her crew, why not use the flare that her crew has?
Also,
It
if
won't
I
alarm
may,
her to someone, an outsider.
as a seasoned magic expert, you're gonna have to be pretty fucking close to do that, friend.
That's fair.
I think she doesn't care about her crew, remember? She's already this far
I
in
think
and they are
Scanlan fucking distracting. We all charging like motherfuckers.
Fine.
Magic users, try and chase the others off, see if they'll back off. We got to get that box away from them.
She already got away from us once by using magical abilities to blink out of existence. We have to make sure we lock her down so she doesn't run. Scanlan, can you do that?
I'll try.
There's a big woman there.
All right.
She's all yours.
A big woman.
I guess I pop Trinket out
Okay.
and I get up on the bow. I mean on the broom.
The broom.
I sit on my bow
Carefully
and then I
get on
realize
your
that
broom.
Wait, Max, from a 1 to a 10, would you say she's
8.8?
Sweet.
Percy, I need you to do something right now.
Yes.
Make me a minor illusion of Ripley.
I can't move it once
Just a
I make it.
picture.
Minor illusion is very limited as a cantrip.
Just a picture.
Just a little.
Just a picture.
Like a headshot?
A headshot.
like her like
Like a 1980s Halloween mask?
It lasts for a minute. And it stays in that place.
Fine. That's all I want.
So where do you want to create it?
Right here.
Seeming
Good dog.
all
I
of
call
them
the
into
dog.
Ripley.
I say, look at this face. Go grapple that face. Go. Go now.
I'm going to make my way to the tree line and get ready and find a. I'm making my way to the tree line, sitting down, and going to try and get a nice clear shot the minute that I see anything happen.
So you're releasing the dog.
I'm releasing the dog.
I'm gonna fly up to the top of a tree and like, try to be high up.
Okay, so you fly up into the tree.
Jason's right
There,
below. Is that
you guys are
her?
making your way towards the edge of this kind of clearing. The dog goes.
Chestnut.
I'm terribly sorry. What was you requesting?
Oh my god, that's right, he speaks.
Oh, hi. Hi.
Hi.
I'm Scan.
This black mastiff kind of quizzically turns his head to you.
Yes, I forgot. You can talk.
Yes. What are we doing? Who are you? What is the presence?
Oh, hi. We're your new masters.
Female?
Great.
Do you like kibble or meat or something?
No.
Can I ask a favor of you?
Maybe.
We are really in a pickle, and we need you to go grab someone by the face and hold her down. Oh, shit.
Oh, man.
I'll see what I can do. When? Who?
On the count of 10, maybe?
Oh, the
Are you
chick,
guys-
the
yes,
chick.
this image, this picture. If you go over that little ridge line there, you're going to see 3 figures. One will be she. Go put your maw on her face and grab it.
All right.
You're a good doggy. Yes, you are.
Don't call him
Oh,
that,
I'm sorry.
please.
I'm sorry.
It's demeaning.
Do you have a name?
I already have his name.
Oh.
I thought it was
Good
good.
dog.
I thought it was good dog. Oh, that's not his real name. What is his name? Does it say it on the card?
Reginald.
Reginald.
It does?
Sebastian.
Good doggy. That's Onyx dog?
Let's go look at my notes again. Anyway, you know his name. It's fine. We won't go into it.
Hubert.
Mr. Belvedere.
Way towards this clearing, preparing for the sequence. We're going to take a bathroom break there. Come back for the ensuing chaos.
Fuck!
So we'll see you guys.
Oh no! Oh, there's gonna be so much. Fuck. God damn it. Oh. This is another one where we actually made pretty good time. And there's only nearly 3 hours left. But that's gonna take me like at least 6. And that's like 6 on a good day. That's gonna take me, because I'm assuming that we're gonna get an insane combat, probably a cool battle arena, at least to rolling initiative. I think to rolling initiative is I think that's a good cutoff, because this feels too early. This feels way too early. I don't like it, but I think that's a good idea. Hopefully that's not too far in. Because I have a feeling I'm going to have so much to talk about with the combat, Ripley's party, the design of the encounter, the arena. I'm trying to hold back my extreme amount of bias. I know everyone wants me to watch it. I get it. I want to watch it. But it's going to be so much. I can feel it. I can sense it, how much it's going to be. We'll watch to initiative, and I will reassess. Maybe it'll go crazy quick getting to initiative. I know. Look, I fucking agree. My wife might tell you otherwise. We'll go to initiative. And we will reassess. And we'll see if maybe there's another one. We'll go to initiative. Play it.
Back here in a few minutes. Thank you, Loot Crate.
It'll be worth at least twice big wins every month.
Welcome back. So, last we left off, you guys, Vax noticed that apparently Ripley and some of her crew are trying to make their way back further into the jungle and are in mid-discussion. This is just kind of good for spatial awareness at the moment, and depending on what happens, possible battle. Where do you guys want to be for this?
Who's on the map right now?
This is the Goliath right there, holding kind of the box. I don't have a box, but the big box. That's Ripley, and that's the hooded figure.
I wanted to be hiding up in a tree.
All right, so we'll say.
Still can't see the third, right?
What's up?
We still can't make out the third figure.
No, it's
The third figure is by Ripley. The Goliath is off on her own with some sort of box.
With the box.
So we'll say,
What's
a box?
stay right here, Vax. Off to the side, just hold them here.
Okay.
The rest of you guys, tell me where you want to be placed. Like anywhere that's green is essentially tree overbrush, and
Where are they on the box right now?
that's Ripley. That's the hooded figure, like a hooded thug, and that's the Goliath.
I'd like to not go direct, but just slowly start creeping around.
So I say we're gonna try and flank
through
this
that
bitch.
green, yeah.
I'm gonna.
Over here.
Fuck.
Make
I'm
stealth
gonna
check,
be-
Rog.
Guys.
Make a stealth check. You're getting close.
I'm gonna
keep
stay in the
back
brush
10
where I want to
feet.
get a clear. I want to get forward enough to get a clear shot so I can like really take a nice, well-aimed shot at Ripley's head.
That right there is going to be about there is going to be.
That's
a
fine.
place,
I've
or
got some nice distance.
Up to you.
It's a 14.
A 14.
Yeah.
Hold a person spell I can try and hold.
Man, this is another time where I'm like, Matt having Ripley and all of them be out here is just begging for the players to engage them out here. Incredibly similarly to having the Briarwoods be out at the threshold. And I'm really hoping that Matt is not relying on Ripley being able to teleport them in to the actual battle arena, much like the Briarwoods, because I have a feeling if that is the case, we're going to have another counterspell that's going to result in the combat being in a worse arena. Oh, I hope that's not the case. Because I know what he's going for. He's almost going for like combat foreshadowing of like, here's a little mini combat with them, and then we're going to take a break. And so you'll have like maybe like a sec to prepare or like to reposition or like mini strategize. And then we'll go have the real combat. It's a great idea as long as it doesn't rely on magic. Because if it relies on magic, it can get counterspelled. Oh, I'm nervous.
Keyleth, where you want to go?
Where do you want to go?
I'm gonna kind of creep forward and towards Grog, but being very stealthy.
Stealth check. Scanlan, you have a little dog with you.
I think we're gonna start out under where Vex is flying. Like if she bird
Okay, over this way.
20 total.
20 total? Okay. So,
Oh, it's such a bad battle.
as you guys are
arena.
kind of place, Vax, you can start hearing some of the conversation. You hear Ripley loudly kind of whispering, "Look, I have been carefully setting my scheduling on this, and we have at least 15 to 20 minutes before they arrive. The thug is kind of, turns to us. You also said they wouldn't be arriving to the island for another day or so. We don't have time to drag our prize to the transport site. And it returns immediately with you are a fool to argue with your superior, child. I hired you as a bodyguard, nothing more. I plot, you protect. If this doesn't suit you, allow me to fire you from service. And she pulls one of her guns out and cocks it and points it. He goes, no, I mean no disrespect.
Transport site, eh? Sounds like a siphon. Or maybe they know that there's a teleportation circle here, and so they're planning on using the teleportation circle to escape, but that sounds like a goddamn siphon. You were almost catching up to Mike again. I'm coming for him. I'm racing.
Disrespect. We must begin setting a trap here, now if we hope to stop them.
Is it a he or she that I'm hearing?
It's a he. And it says, you aren't wrong. Luska, take the relic to the others of the mountain. We'll wait here and prepare for our pursuers. And the Goliath kind of reaches down and begins to grab the box and goes, you mean use the relic against them? And it says, it may be too dangerous given we know little about it. Let me think. As this is happening, you hear a nearby brush, and all of a sudden they both look over in the direction as a Goliath holding axe is kind of just visible behind one of the trees.
I fire. Use that distraction to throw a dagger at Ripley
I fire.
now.
We all fire.
Okay, all right, so
Don't act surprised, Matt. You put the villain right in front of them. What do you mean? He might also just be excited. He might not be surprised. Oh, what's gonna happen?
who's firing right now? Okay, you, and you.
I'm releasing a dog.
You're releasing a
isn't.
dog.
I'm gonna try and hold
to
Ripley
run.
with a hold
It
person.
isn't initiative yet.
Okay, going around here for this. So you release the dog begins to run. Let's say it gets about there. Vax throwing a dagger?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll for an attack.
Is it a surprise at this point or no?
No, Grog broke the surprise.
Is it like an illusion? Is it like an illusion of the conversation that Ripley and all them were having 15 minutes ago? That could be something.
You still get the advantage on the first strike.
Okay, 24 on Ripley.
Okay, 24 on Ripley. Okay, so that hits, going all damage.
But it's not.
There is no initiative, you're right.
I get sneak attack because I'm first to go.
Correct.
It's not surprise. All right. Fuck. 4 plus 12, 16, 17, 21, 7, 34. 34, and the second dagger will go as well.
Okay.
For 7 plus poison.
Okay.
DC of 15.
Okay. You throw both daggers. One goes into her shoulder, and she kind of pulls back, the impact hitting, but you're kind of like seemingly resisting, not taking the full brunt of the blow. The second one hits again, and there's kind of a delayed reaction from the impact. She's like, stop! Stop! Now! Puts her hands out like that, kind of just shouting out to you, shouting out to the direction of where the dagger came from. She kind of sees you kind of moving past in the brush, glancing, and just putting her hands up like that. What rest of you guys doing? You're going through?
Did the poison take effect?
Yes.
You don't know. All right. Next.
I'm gonna shoot a bramble shot at her.
Bramble shot from up here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get her knocked down.
Oh, this is okay. Ooh, ah. Ooh, ah, ah, ah. Okay. So Matt is very specifically not putting them into initiative. He is. It's obviously very purposeful. And he is doing or not doing so to try and encourage something peaceful. Obviously, Ripley didn't even fight back. They're not an initiative. It's a strategy. It's definitely like initiative is such a powerful training tool for our players of like when you go into initiative, you kill stuff. And so by not going into initiative, it is very clear signaling to your players that there is a non-violent path of some manner. Which is good, but it also doesn't stop your players from just ignoring it. So we'll see what happens.
She has pretty intense cover from
she
you from that
does?
side.
Dude, imagine if this was just a trick by John. The entire rest of the episode, they never roll initiative because The players just continue to ignore the fact that Matt is trying to be peaceful and they never roll initiative, and John has tricked me into watching the rest of the episode. Oh my god, that'd be silly. You think this guy's not gonna kill Ripley? I know, right? That would be so mean. Are all in one of two categories. Lives rent free in my head, or I literally can't remember a single thing. Heavy combat, yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, not high up. Like you can see where she is, but she's like pretty much almost full cover. So she has a big bonus to AC.
Then I'll just try a regular shot. Since I can't see her, I don't want to waste my bonus.
Okay, go for it. So first strike.
22.
22. With the cover bonus, no. Aaron misses. Just hits a tree nearby.
Yeah, the other one misses.
She hits another tree, nothing. She's still shouting, "Stop! Let's talk!" Scanlan and Percy, what are you guys doing?
I say to Percy, should we hear her out?
So you're kind of holding her shoulder from where the dagger impacted. And the hooded figure is like pulled blade out and is looking around.
I'll just shout at her. What do you want to say?
All right, you shout.
Yes.
All right, Grog, what are you doing?
Grog wants to kill.
I want to ring the fucking dinner bell.
We will.
What do you want me? I can walk her
Hear
down.
them
I can
out.
try and walk her down.
I step on the branch that creaked like I'm angry at it.
Snaps loudly.
I'm gonna cast Hex on her.
Okay.
With my bonus, I'm gonna hold my action. And I'm gonna train. And I'm going to shout from the woods. Step away from the box and tell your men to put their weapons down, and we will listen.
Okay. Keyleth, what are you doing?
I'm gonna take a few steps forward, like 2 boxes forward, and I'm gonna release a hold person on Ripley.
No!
It's a hold person.
Oh, you're
Just a whole
releasing
person.
it. You're doing it.
I'm doing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So don't release
Cast
it.
it. Yeah, no, I'm not letting it go.
Shut up.
19. She's gonna make a wisdom save.
Right. She begins backing away. Spell has no effect.
Fucking.
No.
But she's like holding the gun up, her hand up now.
Or she's
gonna
safe
put it up
from
and
it.
she's
She
taking
has high wisdom
a step
anyway.
back.
Stop moving.
She stops moving. The other
Right now.
The other figure is kind of standing there looking what to do. The Goliath is kind of holding the crate now.
Put the crate down,
The Goliath
or
is-
I'll shoot out your ankle.
The Goliath shouts out, "Here, bring it to you. I
Put
don't
it
know."
down right where it is.
Drops it to the ground. And begins to like back away from the crate. Not there. Anna, who's standing there now, looking over and seeing you, where the voice is coming from.
If I see a twitch, I fire.
Faster than anticipated. Congratulations. Well, now we stand in a curious position. Shall we talk?
You can talk. You have however long I choose to give you.
You see the blood kind of like pouring down her shoulder. You see the humanoid male. You can see now it's a man behind there, kind of holding the blade up at the side, kind of.
Explain to us why we shouldn't just kill you now and let your 2 friends wander off into the sunset. Not to be touched by us if they turn and run.
While he's talking, I want to fly closer on a closer tree,
Closer tree.
so I can get a better.
Okay, you have
shot
to
at
get
her.
lower to get a better look here.
Okay.
Can I hide again and circle around further?
So you can get about there to get a better view.
I will also
Instead of
interrupt and try to heal the dog.
Okay, yeah, the dog which has kind of moved forward and it
Back. It's okay.
steps back
I'm
there.
gonna follow suit and also move like slightly to the outside and around their flank. Yeah, there you go.
There, you mean?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. You can still kind of see her through the brush. You have a better view. She only has half cover now.
Okay.
In the trees. You begin with a stealth check because we make a bonus action.
I
to hide,
want to
essentially.
hide behind like one of the branches. of the
Okay,
tree
so
that
both of you guys
first.
will stealth. You essentially both hide as your roguish talents let you.
Alex, keep an eye out. Make sure that there are not people in the jungle coming this way.
Yeah,
26.
that's
26.
Yeah.
20. Okay. Sorry.
Sorry.
25 on stealth.
Okay, gotcha. Just, I have fairly procured a few artifacts for myself, and you have done the same. Do we call it an honorable draw and go our own ways?
I am in agreement that on that level all debts are settled and fair. However, I believe we have some previous debts to still settle.
I have no interest in the petty tyranny of drakes and dragons. Every great beast that has asserted dominance through history has fallen to the ingenuity of man. I will worry not what you're after.
You are
Go!
so dull.
The other races, Percy, and you know this in your heart, they lack our dynamic ability to adapt. To build upon failure so quickly that success becomes an inevitability. I have faith you will all succeed in your mission, so long as you keep your precious white-haired boy in the lead.
You two really follow her? Are you idiots?
Okay. I told you guys in 57 or 56 that when they met Ripley, I either wanted do I? I don't know that I do hate her. What about that would make me hate her? Surprised she's kind of racist? Was she referring to humans there? I thought she was like comparing like the humanoid races to like cuz she was talking about like dragons and drakes. The other races, Percy, they lack our dynamic. Every great beast that has served to fall into the ingenuity of man. Right. I am not. I mean, we might be interpreting this differently because she said, I have no interest in the tyranny of drakes and dragons. Every great beast has fallen to the ingenuity of man. I am not interpreting this as her talking about other humanoids. I am interpreting this as her saying humanoids. My interpretation has always been that it's racism. Yeah, I mean, and maybe this is like D&D has warped my view on this, but like races in D&D means humanoids. It can, but this is, I mean, okay, this is actually my problem. This is part of my problem with D&D is that D&D conflates race and species so much. Is like, I would claim that elves are a different species, but they are called different races in D&D. So it would not surprise me for someone to call a dragon a different race than a human. Because in my head, race and species are just straight up conflated. They just mean the same thing in D&D. So it's like Dragonborn being different race than human, to me just indicates that species and race are the same thing. Yeah, I don't know. Somewhere in the PHB for the human race is something about ingenuity. This is the main shtick. I guess maybe. I don't think she's Earth racist, but she's D&D racist. I mean, she's D&D racist against dragons. And like D&D, at least from what I can see, and like D&D racist is very different. This is not my kick the dog moment. If that's what we're looking for, this is not kick the dog to me. I don't know. Keep the white-haired boy in the lead implies that she thinks only he, the human, is smart enough. I mean, yeah, I can get that. Because he is the smartest. Like, again, I can see that as her opinion, but not like a deep-held bigotry. Yeah, I don't see this as racism as we know, but I can see other interpretations. I can see other interpretations of this, absolutely. I don't know. Yeah, honestly, I don't know now hearing a different interpretation. Yeah. I was literally about to say that it's actually the opposite to me. Because I said I either wanted a big, and I guess this is what I'll say just flatly, is I wanted a really, really obvious kick the dog moment. Because the only one that I have heard about is this off camera before all the action stuff that we get from Percy's perspective that is demonstrably and self-admittedly flawed. And like he tells us not to trust the information that he gives us. He is a self-admitted unreliable narrator. So that's what I'm saying is like in the truest sense of like kick the dog, I have not seen it. Right? A kick the dog moment needs to be on screen. I need to witness Ripley do something evil. And to me, this is not... This is, yeah, she can be an asshole, but she's not, like, an asshole is not evil enough to straight up murder, right? Like, I need her to, if we're going to justify murdering her and not murdering Percy, I need a on-screen evil kick the dog moment to justify just murdering her outright. Or I said I either needed that or I needed her to really hit home their similarities. I said I needed one of those two things. I either wanted her to be super evil or I wanted them to come in and for her to immediately start drawing comparisons between her and Percy. Those were the two ways that I wanted it to go. And that's what I was going to say Matt doing here. Like, I think that Matt immediately comes in and starts basically off with the "we're not so different, you and I." You know, she immediately comes in and is like, "What? You got some vestiges, we got some vestiges. What are you gonna do?" And then after he says, "Hey, that's bullshit, we have other beef," she's like, "We have other beef, but we're basically the same." You know? So that's what I wanted, is like, she is driving home the similarities between that, you know? So that's I like it. To be clear, I like this moment a lot. It doesn't prove to me that she's evil. It kind of does the opposite. It shows, it is driving home that her and Percy are more similar than not. Yeah. Megan's asking for show, not tell, I think. Yeah, to justify I'm not saying that Percy is unjustified here. Percy experienced the backstory. He has been shown her kick the dog, you know? He has been shown it. For the rest of the party to justify the murder, they need show, don't tell. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. This feels like when you're at a party in someone's kitchen, they casually say, "You know how it is with X group, they aren't as smart and sophisticated like us," and you're like, "Oh, you're racist, bye." Yeah. Possibly. I can kind of see what you're saying by that, Sarah, of like, there's a possibility either way, and it's not worth engaging with them on the off chance that they are racist and bigoted, yeah. But, yeah, I don't know. It's at very least racism coded. Maybe. I just did not interpret it that way. I can see the interpretation. Like, I can see exactly what you guys are saying, and but when I say kick the dog should be totally undebatable. Totally undebatable. Yeah. But that is indeed is what we do later. Yeah, I think this is maybe a conversation that like I said at the beginning of stream, I'll table and we can maybe have a deeper conversation about it later. But yeah. Interesting. VM's killed for less. Take Sondor, for example. As Sam said, the guy wanted a kiss and you shot him. Yes, Sondor, to be fair, was a literal monstrosity that like a very literal, like, non-humanoid monstrosity, which there's a deeper conversation about how the humanoids interact with monsters in D&D and how that creates kind of a murder hobo simulator. But that is like general table justification. A lot of times is just they are not humanoid anymore. And beyond that, people can take an arrow, right? Like, fucking Ripley here took a dagger to the shoulder and is still trying to, go to peace with them. And now that sounds like fantasy. I mean, yeah. Like, Sondor could have taken an arrow. He's part of the tree. Ripley took a dagger to the shoulder and is still trying to make peace with them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like VM in that scenario shot him, and then he wasn't like, hey, let's still make peace. He's like, you shot me, you will now die. So you can almost qualify it as self-defense of like, shooting someone with an arrow in the D&D context is not as bad as it is if like you think about it in the context of like the Hunger Games or something. Shooting someone with an arrow in D&D is something that they sleep off. So it's more like a slap or a punch. They killed him because he attempted to kill them. Whereas Ripley is continuing to try and make peace, Yeah. Has she attacked Vox Machina yet in the campaign? I don't think so. Is it enough that she's working with the demon that we know is evil? Is she working with the demon that we know is evil? I think you might be going into over the spoiler line territory, because I don't know that she's doing that. Yeah. Let's see. Sondor was awesome. Yeah. That wasn't on Susan. Wait, Mega murdering a family of 5 children, torturing the remaining 2. Again, it's all about what's on screen. Yes, I think Valkyrie is saying my point correct. Is saying what I am trying to say. It is about what is on screen, because everything else is tell, right? And we only know about this through again, admittedly unreliable narrator. And this is starting to get circular. I can actually feel it. So I will lay out those 2 points of what we know about Ripley is from an unreliable narrator so far. So whatever I can actually take to the bank about her, and whatever all of the other characters are going to take to the bank about her, needs to be on screen. It needs to be something that we directly witness, or maybe witness the aftermath of. Those are my big points. When I talk about kick the dog, that is what I mean. Kick the dog is specifically an on-screen action. That is like the etymology, or not etymology, but that is like the source of the phrase. Kick the dog and pet the cat, or save the cat, are literal on-screen actions. And that is like important towards like narrative justification. So I'll leave it there. If you as Matt, as the storyteller, want me to believe that Ripley is evil, I need her to kick a dog on screen. That's what I need. Yeah.
And you know this in your heart. They lack our dynamic ability to adapt. To build upon failure so quickly that success becomes an inevitability. I have faith you will all succeed in your mission, so long as you keep your precious white-haired boy in the lead.
You two really follow her? Are you idiots?
The man with the dagger out kind of just glares off at you in the distance. Make a perception check, actually.
Who?
Everybody?
Everybody, right now.
Ugh.
16.
12.
19.
22.
32.
You come in here?
Whispers. Whisper.
We get check out. There's a falling
Door.
Hands in.
Ooh, we both get it.
Oh, you're taking the DM chair.
Hey.
I can't hear anything Matt's saying.
They're so cute over there.
I fucking knew it.
Okay.
Oh no!
I knew it.
Is there anything we should know before we continue?
Anna continues. Arm up says, religion is archaic and unnecessary.
What's she paying you? I bet I could double it.
The man kind of stands there still looking kind of dumbfounded.
Attack her right now and we'll discuss terms. I'm not actually sure I could double it, but I could definitely make it worth your while right now. It would be hilarious. She's awful.
Look,
Oh no.
Percival.
Oh, are they moving behind you? Do you know? You can't see. They really don't like you. Do they know what you did to my family? Do they have any idea what you do to the people that you stay with?
As you're talking, she cuts through your voice to him and says, "Don't worry, Percy. Our toys have already made the rounds. I sold a couple in Vasselheim, and a few more in Ank'Harel. Partially because I needed the money, but also because he told me it would drive you mad."
How many have you sold?
We're looking at 6, and the instructions for creation to 2 other seemingly very curious and up-and-coming tinkerers like yourself.
Well, I guess I'll just have to live with that. I open fire.
Okay,
Oh my god. Oh my god.
go ahead and roll.
you.
Combat has halted, and now it's progressing again.
I'm going to do a... She really pissed me off. I'm so sorry.
I'd like to throw at her again as well.
Okay,
Apologizing.
go for it. Go ahead and roll.
Okay, let's. I'm going to spend a Deadeye shot on this, and this is a bad news shot with a Deadeye with the Hex. By the way, she has a disadvantage on strength checks.
Okay,
The Hex is probably not going to do a damn thing. I don't even know why I bothered.
extra damage.
Magic fucking cloak. So with sharpshooter, so what's this? I'm so nervous. Natural fucking 20.
Hoo-ha!
Oh!
That's your attack.
What's
Roll
up?
your attack.
I rolled a 37.
Okay. You fire, and the dagger gets thrown. The dagger passes through her form. Your bullet has no effect.
She's
Watches.
a fucking...
Ripley kind of smiles and lowers her head. Both her and the figure that was standing vanish from sight. There's a streak of bright light from the distance as a small beam hits the center and detonates in a small fireball, which then causes the ground to suddenly rumble and erupt in an explosion of white light and force. Everybody but Percival. For a moment, you are tossed with the blast of 100 hammers across your body and face. Your vision is faded as you hear the sound of thunder but inches from your ear. Numbness takes over your form. I need all of you to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Does evasion factor into this?
It may.
Did the Hex actually take then?
No.
Wouldn't I have
Was this
noticed?
an illusion?
Threw it over there.
Gil, don't
it
fail
seemed
me.
to cause some sort of a smoky apparition. I don't know.
Danger sense.
Don't
Get
kill.
admitted. Gil, this is on your fucking dice.
Gil.
I walked away from that.
Natural 20 on the second.
That's great.
Wait, did you say we have a... No, he has advantage.
Here's advantage on dexterity.
So dexterity?
That danger sense.
Does the dog need to make a dex save?
The dog would, yes.
How do I do that for the...
I need to re-listen to that because there's obviously something going on here. It's because I agree with Percy, and like we would have heard the dagger go through. It shouldn't have stuck there if it's an illusion. I guess. Ooh, actually. Ooh, wait. Illusion. I think I know what's going on here, but I want to make sure before I say it. Why am I in the species? Why am I in here? I mean, I need to be in classes. Old wizard, school of illusion. What level is that? It's 14th level, so she definitely has access to it. You can choose one inanimate, non-magical as part of the illusion. Make that object real. I see. So I am imagining / assuming that was illusory. Illusory. I think that was It was illusory, Ripley, but possibly the semi-real illusions from School of Illusion? ? Could also be capability. The dagger could just be part of the illusion, but we would have seen the dagger go through, right? Even if she mimicked the dagger hitting it, we would have seen the real dagger go through, right? Because the real dagger wouldn't have impacted. It would have impacted the stone. We would have heard it, and then it would have zipped back, which is something that I was listening for in Matt's narration. Because I really thought that this was going to be an illusion. And now the dagger passes through the form, so now it's an illusion. I don't know. They're pretty far away. They're close enough to throw the dagger. I don't know about that.
Extra damage.
Magic fucking cloak. So with sharpshooter, so
Depends on how big the illusionary is. No, I'm talking about like an audio cue of like, if I throw a dagger through an illusion, I will hear the dagger impact, not the illusion. And if it's close enough to throw a dagger, it's certainly close enough to hear the dagger impacting stone rather than flesh. You know what I'm saying? Now, it is a further question of, do casters know when their spells don't work? This is something that is, I think, good to establish at your tables. Doesn't Major Illusion also have sound? Are you claiming, I just want to make sure, are you claiming that Ripley sent out a counterwave of sound to cancel out the sound of the dagger hitting the stone? To like cancel out the sound waves, like noise canceling headphones? Because that's what I'm saying, is that they did not hear the stone impact the real thing it should have impacted. And they should have heard that. But cut outside of someone and keep moving forward. Let's go with that. She's a smart cookie. I don't think that's real. I don't know. I don't know about that. Cut the outside of someone and keep moving forward. No, they said it embedded in her shoulder. The first throw. They were like, oh, it's a fucking wound. It embedded itself in their shoulder, and then it flashed back. I'm having a feeling that this is just a regular illusion, and y'all are trying to post-justify this. And that I maybe shouldn't focus so hard on it, because maybe it's just a little bit unrealistic in that one scenario. That's what I'm getting from this back. And I'm just going to watch this, because I was curious about this.
I'm so nervous. Natural fucking 20.
Hoo-ha!
Oh!
That's your attack. Roll your attack.
I rolled a 37.
Okay. You fire, and the dagger gets thrown. The dagger passes through her form. Your bullet has no effect.
She's
Watches.
a fucking...
Ripley kind of smiles and lowers her head. Both her and the figure that were standing vanish from sight. There's a streak of bright light from the distance as a small beam hits the center and detonates in a small fireball, which then causes the ground to suddenly rumble and erupt in an explosion of white light and force. Everybody but Percival. For a moment, you are tossed with the blast of 100 hammers across your body and face. Your vision is faded as you hear the sound of thunder but inches from your ear. Numbness takes over your form. I need all of you to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Does evasion factor into this?
It may.
Did the hex actually take then?
No.
Wouldn't I have
Was this
noticed?
an illusion?
Threw it over there.
Gil, don't
it
fail
seemed
me.
to cause some...
Yeah, that's a... Yeah, it also has the question, do those exist or if it's a perception thing? Yeah, this is something that is potentially, depending on how often it may or may not happen, it might be worth bringing up with players, potentially during session 0 or not, of do casters know if their spells fail? Because it's a broad thing of like, I also...
Take a break.
Oh, no. I'm going to get this out really quick and then I'll take a break. It's a broad thing of like, do casters know? Because I also, it seems similar to Taliesin, I took the fact that Matt seemed to accept the hex working as confirmation that it was really Ripley. So... I can maybe justify part of it, but if we're being real, this to me seems like a situation where Matt didn't want them to know it was an illusion. Because even if we take the explanation of the pin reaction was louder, there are spells that create zones of silence, but this would be modified silence. It would be things that were only silencing out part of it, but not others. All of it seems like a bit of a reach to justify Matt not wanting them to know it was an illusion until later. And even then, a lot of those stuff to me either should interact with passive perception or like a perception roll. Which maybe they did. You know, it's hard to tell, especially with the whisper. Maybe it did. Matt could have said it didn't work because of the quote. He could have said it didn't work because of the quote. Absolutely, he didn't. Matt just kind of rolled on through. And so it's like there's a lot of things that if this is just a pure illusion, I think a lot of Matt's initial description of the scene is really I'm trying to think of how to say this in not such a like a hyperbolic way. I think a lot of Matt's initial description was very deceptive. And it seems that he was bending a few rules in ways that he doesn't normally in order to maintain the fact that it is an illusion until they got further into the conversation. You know, person is so tunnel vision. That is, I mean, again, that's a fine post justification, but in terms of like we have mechanics to get that. We have wisdom saves, charisma saves. Like, if there is a piece of reality that the current condition of the character may or may not prevent them from noticing, that should be encapsulated in like saves. Or like they should know that they are under that condition. Like Taliesin, to me at least, is clearly confused that his hex didn't work. That was not something that he was like under the impression that Percy might just not notice. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Yeah, Matt, you have slightly different priorities. You always talk about consistent rulings, but I say Matt is more willing to bend the rule for cool scenes. I mean, I agree with you. I do think that is exactly what's happening. And I think in this situation, to me, it feels bad in this situation. Sometimes it feels fine and good. This, to me, is a situation where, like, I would feel cheated if I was at the table. Because I would feel like me paying attention to signs of whether or not this is an illusion were purposefully misrepresented in order to trick my passive understanding as a player. And so now that says to me going forward that I need to ask like specific questions. I need to be like, hey, does this look like an illusion? I can't just trust the passive environmental narration because it might just lie to me. And that is not, I would say that is not good, personally. Even kind of separated from the priorities. I think that teaches a bad lesson to the players about the types of things they need to do moving forward. I normally am pretty fine with like Matt's differences, and like I agree that he will bend the rules for cool scenes. To me, I think this is too much of a bend. Yeah. I think making specific changes for a certain moment is confusing for players, though. That's what I'm saying. That is, I think that there's a way that you can weigh those back and forth, and I think in some situations it's worked, and in some situations it doesn't. And this is a situation where I don't love it here. Yeah. If he's like Raw, but based on Matt's previous rulings, he would. A previous non-Raw ruling biting Matt in the ass. Precisely. But I think G. Hercup is right in that Matt doesn't necessarily hold his past rulings as, I guess, canon, right? He doesn't say because I ruled it that way in the past, I will always rule it that way in the future. He's much more flexible. But I think that this is a particular situation. And illusions in general are tough with this because it's kind of similar to the Scry conversation of like now, if they ever have even a moment of suspected like, oh, this might be an illusion, that's going to slow them down a lot. because they're now going to have to like ask a shitload of specific questions to make sure as a player that they're getting the actual information, you know. It's tough. It's not like a clear cut like, oh, just do this next time, because I do think that a lot of times this more flexible rules state works really well for Matt. So I don't want to say like, oh, that's the problem or anything. I just think in this specific one, I don't love it. It feels, oh no, not to do this again. Oh no. But it feels a little railroady. It feels like possibly they would have made different decisions. And he kind of forced them into the further conversation. Oh, no. I take it back because I don't want to have this conversation. I take it back. Because it's also not totally... I know. I'm not. I'm getting out of here. I'm hitting the eject. Goodbye. I'm going to go take a break. What's up? Hello. Hello. Oh boy. Yeah. I think this is like this is an interesting overall event. And also I'm curious about where this fireball is coming from that is like shaking the earth. Do not reach out. I know. I'm ignoring I'll switch it onto this because I think that I need to redirect a lot of the energy in these sorts of conversations a lot of times for myself, not for you guys. You guys can do whatever you want. You're adults. Probably. Actually, I don't know. Some of you might not be. I don't know. Whatever. You're humans. Oh no, I sound like Ripley. Oh no. But I think that this is a fair conversation to think about. Like if you're trying to take this and like think about it for your own games. I know. No. But I think this is a fair take from G Hercub. It is a bit too niche. I agree. Like I didn't include it in my session 0, but I do think that it's a fair conversation to, once it does come up and it might actually be relevant, talk about it after that session and be like, hey, this is how we ran it in that session. Let me know, like, did you guys like that? Would you rather know? Would you rather not know? I think it's a good conversation to have in general, because I do think that it's a weirdly impactful thing, like a really like under the hood important thing. But I also think it's very like tonal, because I could see it going either way on like what is more fun, to know if it failed or to know that it didn't. Or even I saw Daniel discussing like, could you cast it at all? Not just did it fail, like did they fail the save or did they succeed the save, but just like, is it even possible to cast in the first place? I can see very different tables running all of the permutations of those things to good effect. I do think that it's something that feels like it should be consistent. And maybe that's my own bias and like and desire for consistency creeping out. But I do think that would be good. But yeah, never call me an adult again. I'm not prepared for it. I am the concept of entropy. Do you tell your players you may fudge enemy HP and stuff at session 0? No, but I have played with a very similar suite of players for a long time, so they just know that I do that. I haven't DM'd for someone brand new in a while, and honestly, or like brand new to my DMing. And honestly, the last time that I did that, I didn't tell them that, but they did ask me and I think I probably should have. Like that's where I land now, is that back, 3 or 4 years ago, I probably should have told them that I might do that, but that they should never know, and I will never do it to hurt or harm them, just to make things more interesting. I think that's a fair thing to tell. It's something that I would tell them. But I would also say more broadly that it's not just enemy HP that I'm fudging. Because like over my last campaign, I think I fudged enemy HP. The last time I was DMing D&D, I'm trying to think, I probably fudged it like once, maybe twice. The entire like 8-month campaign. But I fudged a few other things in various ways. So I think the overall conversation that I would have is if I accidentally overtune an encounter to where it's too hard, or like harder than I made it seem beforehand, or harder than I thought it would be, then I might weaken it a little bit. Or vice versa. If I made an encounter and I thought it would be much stronger, I might, buff it up a little bit mid-combat. And I would have there's like a long, nuanced conversation that would probably stem from that. But yeah, nowadays the people I play with generally just know that I do that. But I think it's a fair thing to tell people. I also, this may not be like good advice, but I kind of wouldn't judge you if you didn't. Honestly, I think there's arguments on both sides of like telling them or not telling them, but yeah. I'm an advocate for putting some session 0 in writing in a handout. That's fair. I think a handout is good. Yeah. So yeah. I'm probably like a relatively lackluster answer, but yeah, I think I also might have to get put in the situation, because like I said, I haven't been in that situation for a while of needing to inform someone, but. And it actually makes sense. I'm not going to spoil it though. Fair enough. I mean, feel free to discuss in the Discord if you want, because I'm sure that them all in spoilers chat would love to hear and participate. Oh my God. Oh, did someone else put Discord? I just saw the chats get filled. Or maybe, oh no, it just put it twice into, what the heck? It put it twice into the YouTube chat. Why did it do that? That's fucking strange. Oh, it put it twice into both of the chats. What the hell? The commands have been commenting twice sometimes. Strange. It did it with no topic. I am gonna need to take a fucking look at that. Oh, I think I know why. Oh, I'm stupid. Oh, I can't even describe it because it's long and boring, but I'm just dumb and I know why it's doing it. Oh no. Fuck. Oh, it would do it like 4 times with some of them. Oh no. Okay, I'll fix that off stream. Anyways, back to railroading. No, back to the show.
Some sort of a smoky apparition.
A danger sense.
Don't
Get
kill.
advantage. Kill, this is on your fucking dice.
Kill.
I walked away from that.
Natural 20 on the
That's great.
Wait, did you say we have a... No, he has advantage.
He has advantage on dexterity.
So dexterity?
A danger sense.
Does the dog need to make a dex save?
The dog would, yes.
How do I do that for the dog?
How many points does the dog have? 70 stats for his...
6?
Even if the dog made it, the dog is just... The onyx dog that reformed into a small object is now flung from a large fiery explosion. Alright, so, dexterity?
14.
17.
First, you actually... Oh, actually, you should make it too, just from the sheer force. Everybody makes it.
12.
28.
15.
Natural 20.
Okay, so, Grog, you manage to just leap out of the way as you begin to see the fireball explosion that's just out of the range. It hits kind of in the center here, and doesn't hit anybody. But in a split second, you watch as certain things in the ground catch flames and explode from underneath. The ground itself erupts like something deep beneath the earth, just bursts outward. Grog, you take 32 points of fire damage. Wow. Vax, you manage to dodge out of the way behind a tree, the tree of which is blown past you, and you duck out of the way, but it takes the brunt of the damage. You take no damage with your evasion. The rest of you take 65 points of fire damage.
Nice. Nice.
Who took the full smack? Oh my god.
Wow. We walked right
knew
into
we were
that
gonna
one.
fall for that one.
Yep.
Did the Goliath?
Goliath probably took some damage too. Trinket also takes the damage, by the way.
Trinket.
Roll a reflex save.
Trinket was on the ground, wasn't
Yep.
If you
Dexterity. 21. for Trinket?
Rug is not lasted prone, managed to catch himself.
21.
21. Okay, so Trinket takes 32 points of fire damage.
Because if he had taken the full thing, he would have been unconscious.
As the ringing subsides from the blast, you all were thrown dozens of feet from your current placement, most of you onto your back, aside from you, Vax, and you, Grog. And actually, Trinket would have caught himself as well. You now see a giant crater in the ground with rock and rubble and shards of glass tossed around you. The trees in the center have been blasted out, and you can see a number of broken trunks and roots kind of curved up with little bits of fire and flame now kind of burning off their edge. What little bit of burnable material still remained on some of the living trees. The smell of heavy gunpowder, recently burned, kind of sits the air as the giant cloud of smoke rises up in the center of the jungle. At this point in time, the Goliath has stepped forward from the brush, as well as two other figures off to the side wielding long-barreled rifle-like weapons. There are a few other figures on this side as well.
Oh my god.
And actually, you don't see that one. And Ripley steps out of the bushes from the side.
Where is she?
What?
Over there,
Oh, so they are there, and we're all like...
on the opposite side. And this is a heavy groove in the ground.
Okay, I will say, despite my my whatever on how it started and the intricacies of illusions and spellcasting, this is an interesting ambush. Like I'm actually I don't want to say vaguely, what's the word? I am generally not a huge fan of ambushes. Like straight up. Especially random encounter ambushes. This one, I think, is very not only justified, but extremely, and also not to get into the whole fucking conversation, but extremely foreshadowed. Like, I had it in my brain of like, when she said the 15 to 20 minutes thing, and that she's been, tracking them exactly, I had a little bit of an eye roll, and I was like, oh, well, clearly not that exactly. And I was like, and I had the thought, and I said it out loud. I was like, what the fuck have they been doing this whole time? Why are they just now getting here when they've been here for like 5 hours? Like, I exposited all of the reasons that a ambush makes perfect sense here. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything that I was saying, like, man, it doesn't really make sense that they're just standing there, is actually a perfect reason that this is an ambush. Like, I really, really like the setup to it being an ambush on like the broad scale of like this entire episode and the previous episode. I think there was a lot of good setup towards this being an ambush, which I really, really like. But it's the regardless of like the maybe final moments right before. I think Matt did a great job of setting up a situation where an ambush like this makes absolutely perfect sense. Yeah. With this start, how well do you think this fight will go? That's a good question. I think that it's a really good way to put a high-level party on their heels. I think that broadly it'll go fine, but it'll be more of a knockdown drag-out. I'm also really interested in this arena. I would like a little bit more of a zoomed-out shot. But, like, the craters are, here, immediately. I'll take a picture of it. Because I am instantly interested in this arena. I was, right at the beginning when they walked into it, I was bemoaning the perceived arena, I was like, oh, no, the arena's gonna be bad. But I really like this arena, at least on first glance. I'm going to zoom it in a little bit and lock it up, and we're going to see. But, like, already, someone mentioned it on the beach, but we have, like, a blown-back tree over here that's presenting some nice kind of grading. So we have, like, a region over... Oh, God, you can't see it at all. I need to change the color. We're going to make it orange. You've got the There we go. It's orange now. So you've got like the zone over here. That's kind of not in the crater, but is also not on that side of the tree. Then we have like a tree area over here, which it also looks like is blocked off from whatever's on the other side of Matt's hand. And then you can maybe count all of that as kind of the same. And then we have another kind of general section over here that's not by this tree, right? And then we have a section right here, and it looks like a section up there that might have some unique cover. And then 2 separate pits that have a big verticality change as well in them. So in general, I mean, there's already a lot of distinct zones, which like by default is going to, I think, drive a lot of interest within the combat. You've also got some really inherent verticality changes. So like the verticality, I'm not going to actually like dot the lines like I normally would, but like the verticality changes as they go in and out of the crater. And then there's this nice ring around the outside. Yeah, it's a little bit hard because we are at a high level party that has a lot of flight. So this sort of, honestly, unfortunately, you kind of have to call it like minor change. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a minor change in verticality. Because we have things like the flying broom and the polymorphs and the wild shapes, it ends up being relatively minor. But I think it still makes the arena more interesting, just at base, and I think it makes it more interesting to move in it through and interact with. And it might even give some cool moments for the flyers in that they are allowed to kind of go past the vertical aspects here. So I think it'll be a cool and interesting combat. That said, a lot of combatants. It's going to take a fucking while to go through all these turns. Hopefully Matt has some like default moves that the adversaries can do. Because this is going to be a slog of a combat. Not Matt's fault. It's D&D's fault. Because it's cool. This is going to be a cool combat. But man, I'm going to be wishing for those auto dice calculations. Oh, man. Yeah. I think with how much she has been listening, she's an in-world critter. That's what I'm saying. She's like the only in-world critter, yeah. So many random encounter ambushes like randomized bandits that are no match. Yeah, exactly. This is a recurring enemy that is canonically smart. Big difference. Huge difference. Totally agree, yeah. Would have been perfect with just a slight different handling of magic that he probably should have expected. Yeah, and I am going to take it as a broadly amazing thing. To me, it's almost the opposite of the Shade Merc, where I thought the Shade Merc was kind of broadly boring, but it had some like moments of really fun stuff with the travel. This is almost the opposite, where it's like, I think this is broadly very good. I like the entire like 3 to 4 episode sequence that we've been on a lot. And then I just have like some small nitpicks here and there, but like overall, super, super fun, super cool, super interesting. Love it. I see this village British Hoovers coming down in front. They knew she was eavesdropping. They knew she was closing the island. They knew she was doing stuff. I agree with you. It truly is, like, as Jonathan said, a slightly different handling. And obviously, we're on the live. We're exploding these moments out a little bit. Like, every moment we're kind of picking apart, which is, I think, part of the fun of this. But it also makes a lot of the negative things or nitpicks seem potentially bigger than they are. That's an overall... everything that we talked about with like the magic and all that, it's an ultimately very small part of like what's going on here. And I like what's going on here. You also said maybe this isn't real and have a joy. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And Jersey didn't think about that. Yeah. The reason why I agree with you on the railroading, Matt had the crater map prepared, so he needed to make the craters. Yeah, to a degree, he needed to make the craters. I think that there's like, he could have just blown it earlier, and I think he could have maintained everything. Like, I think there's a universe where very reasonably he does everything what I would say, like, in the best version of it. But this is like a 9.5 compared to like a 9.8. Like, it's so close. It's really, really good. Yeah. He made the map worse. You might want to remove the nodes in the crater for monetary. Oh. I didn't I didn't think about that. Oh my goodness, yeah. Oh man. I do think this is part of the reason you pick up on more of the fine details than I ever did. I would never have paused so much as you do and stopped to think. It's easy to miss things going live. Absolutely. Absolutely. I am and people will like this more or less. And I think sometimes it's a negative, and sometimes it leads me to like over critique certain aspects. But I also think that it's that you kind of take that with the positive of getting at like deeper truths, So yeah, but I think you're very much right. Is that sometimes there's a bit of over analysis that happens. I'm excited for this. Oh, we're about to roll initiative. I should just get to the initiative because we're definitely about to roll it. Let's see.
These are the only parts of the land that still stand at normal ground height. The rest of this is a giant slope that goes into a crevasse and rises back up.
Vegetation is gone.
Oh, wait, what? Oh my god, the map is actually different than I thought and even more interesting. Oh, wow. They're little islands. I'm going to take another, this is a great view of it, so I'm going to take another screen snippet and save this. Yeah, this is even more interesting than I thought. And better. I will say, frankly, better than what I originally thought it was, which I already liked. Making them, oh no, where did I put it? Making these at normal ground height makes this not even like, I was misunderstanding the elevations here. Making these middle parts normal ground height turns this from just like a verticality discussion into a difficult terrain and like jumping sort of puzzle, I guess you could call it, or terrain maneuvering. And this map is so big that it might be worth it to try and go through the middle if you're trying to cross it. And if Ripley has any sort of maneuvers like Percy has, I'm almost positive that one of Percy's things he can use his gunshots on is like a pushing attack. Not even to mention if she has any sort of warlock in her like Percy does. Percy only has magic initiate, obviously, but if she took some warlock levels, she might have repelling blast that can knock people off of these and down into this much rougher terrain. Like down into this terrain that might be legitimately difficult to get out of. They might be able to fill it up with some stuff. This is super cool. This is a very nice arena. And like I said, it's big enough to where going around is going to be a problem for anyone that's slow, a la Scanlan. And is going to really hit home some of the flyers and their ability to just traverse this terrain without having to walk. Unfortunately, one of the only things that I'm seeing here, I said that I wanted something for Grog. Not really. This looks like a challenge for Grog, potentially. Although he is faster, which is good. It's not like, he's a melee like fighter or something that's, a little bit slower. So he might just be able to like charge around the side and get at some people there. But like the area denial possibilities on this map for like a stinking cloud or an acid pool, a hunger of Hadar right here. Like this looks like a perfect spot for a hunger of Hadar. Because I think that these two people are on Ripley's side, and then Vox is on the other side of the crater, right? So this is a perfect Hadarable spot, and then they put a lot of their focus fire on this side, and if Vox wants to get to them, they have to cross the crater. Sounds like a perfect setup for like a nice, not asynchronous, what do you call it? A kind of asymmetrical combat. The only thing I might do is put a harder barrier on this side so that you can justify the area denial a little bit more, which maybe that's what this is. Maybe this is a cliff. Looks more like a tree to me. But I would put some like harder terrain modifications on the outside to make sure that we can actually, as the enemies or the heroes, we can use these lanes on the map to really buff out some area denial. Love it. I think this might be no, actually, I think the Kevdak map is still my favorite. But I think so far, I mean, I'm going to have to see how they use it, because that, does to a degree have a impact on how good I think the map is. But I think so far, this is looking like my second favorite map, especially with some very, very minor tweaks. I think this is just below the Kevdak fight map, which is easily my favorite by leaps and bounds. I think there was another one that I really liked, but I can't remember. It might have been like a Feywild one. I can't remember it was the Gilded Run map. Ooh. I think I like this more than the Gilded Run. I think it goes Kevdak, this one, Gilded Run. Just on gut reaction. I like it a lot. Yeah. Tuning in just in time for the Glintshore battle. Unfortunately, once they roll initiative, we are going to end. Unfortunately, we're gonna save the rest of it for Sunday, because I have a feeling I'm gonna want to talk even more about it than I already am. But yeah, good shit coming into it. Yeah, I don't remember if all the pits were also glass. Oh man, if they're also glass, that's even better. That's even better if they're all glass. Ooh. Shit. If they're not, they should be, because that's great. Adorable. It's adorable, yeah. Do we dig under the glass, or is it glass all the way down? It's a good question. Ooh. Yeah, great setup. Great setup. And honestly, probably less annoying than the underwater combat I was picturing. Probably broadly less annoying than that one. I was picturing like a partial underwater combat inside of the sunken shrew, where maybe there were like pockets of air and like air combat, but they like slowly use up the oxygen. Would have probably been pretty annoying. So I think this is really solid, and it really hits home, to me at least, how much Ripley's been following them. Right? Like, to me, this is so reminiscent of the strategy that they were employing around the Umbrasil area, where Keyleth really often wanted to bury stuff. Like, to me, this is a fulfillment of the fact that Ripley has been listening to them this whole time. This is just pure and utter, like, wish fulfillment is the wrong word. But it's a reference. It's like a critter reference that someone might make. That is, and I saw a comment about like why the gun sort of, scry phone, it feels different. Like feels okay, doesn't feel bad. Because I said when they first discovered the signature, I was like, oh man, like I don't know, for some reason it doesn't feel bad, but I can't quite pin down why. And they said, which this is a sort of, not deterministic, but it's a results-oriented viewpoint, which is not the viewpoint that I was in, but I do think is a fair viewpoint to analyze this from. I got a comment, I can't remember who it was from, it might have been Sputnik, saying that the Ripley gun feels okay because they found it before it fucked them. Ostensibly, at least, is like, it's not like she ambushed them here because she has the fucking signature on the gun and they had no idea that she was out there and she gets this huge advantage on them. That would have felt terrible, and I agree. But because they found it before Ripley ever, pulled an ambush or something, it feels okay. And like I said, very results-oriented viewpoint, which I think, people may or may not like in terms of analysis, but I think it's very valid. And I think it hedges away from the more like sandbox procedural side of things, like simulation side of things, for it to say like, okay, because it was okay or it was good because of the result. That gets a little bit shaky if you're trying to like simulate or imply rules. But I also think it's true and fair, and I agree with it. which is tough sometimes, it's tough to look at some of these things that you might want to be more simulation oriented and just look at the result and judge how good or bad they were based on something that, if you're simulating, may be out of your control as a DM. You can kind of view it as risky potentially. They also only rushed to the island because they realized she was here. Absolutely. And I think that is why, even from a non-results oriented point of view, if you're implementing this as a DM, all you have to do is keep Ripley away. Then it kind of doesn't matter when they discover it. They can discover it whenever, because as long as Ripley is purposefully staying away from VM, which she can absolutely do, it will never fuck them until they discover her. Which is cool. It's cool. And very similar to the Chroma Conclave, right? In my view on the Chroma Conclave, I think that the Chroma Conclave still maintains this like player agency, this good open feel, because they ignored Krieg. They were told about Krieg, they knew shit was going on, and they ignored it. Same shit with Ripley. Ripley clearly has a plan that they are now interrupting, and I would bet my bottom dollar that if they had ignored Ripley all this time, which they have been doing so far, if they had ignored Ripley, never found the signature, never run into, her handiwork in Ank'Harel, I think there's a good chance that there would have been a Chroma Conclave-esque cataclysm that Ripley enacted because the players never went looking for her. And I think that would have been perfectly justified. And I think that this is the sort of situation that, had they looked into Krieg, we might have encountered. I think it's very possible that we would have had this sort of confrontation, possibly with Raishan, Vorugal, Umbrasyl, maybe even Thordak, if they had looked into Krieg halfway through. Like maybe when they, maybe they don't do the Briarwoods yet, and they start looking into the Chroma Conclave. I think we might have gotten a mid-dastardly evil plan interruption like we're experiencing right now. So I think this is a little bit, honestly, in my opinion, telltale of Matt's strategy is introduce a hook early, just Ripley existing, reinforce the hook with Percy asking Victor about the gunpowder, and then possibly sprinkle in some things. I think it's very possible that there were other Chroma Conclave clues that we just never picked up on, or that the players never asked the right question. But they always knew that they were ignoring it, so it didn't matter. And I have a feeling that a lot of these arcs have just been layered on top of each other in a very real way. And like I said, the gun, the signature, works because it's never going to fuck them until they've left Ripley alone for so long that it's justified in fucking them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's good. It's good. It's good. That's it. I like it. Underwater combat would have been terrible. Imagine Matt getting anything wrong because underwater combat rules are bad. Yeah, honestly, I was a little bit worried about it. Yeah. There's pure and utter malice. Yeah. Oh, love it. Yeah. I find it impressive that a DM could pull off a successful ambush on a party that ostensibly should have expected something based on the whole they know she knows. It's a reminder to DMs to just try stuff. Just try interesting shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I think it's very possible that VM might have approached this more carefully. A lot of times they are more careful. And I think that if they had discovered the ambush ahead of time, it would have been just as fun. If they had counter-ambushed the ambush, that would have been incredibly satisfying and fun for them. But they didn't. They ignored it, and Matt got to pull off his ambush. We can, maybe argue about the bit right before, but everything preceding that was done perfectly in IMO. And so it's like, as a DM, it's a good reminder to just try that sort of shit on your party. Because if it doesn't work, if they discover it ahead of time, they feel incredibly smart. If it does work, they feel like, oh my God, we should have known. They feel like you're incredibly smart and that the world is incredibly interesting. It's great. It's great. There's also a possibility that Matt would have played things differently if they had not yet found the scry gun. Possible. Yeah. It's just good for him to progress your villain's plans. Yeah. Cooking with gas. I can smell Paige's cooking with gas. She's cooking something. Yeah. Also true. When your PCs are constantly talking about how smart she is, go ludicrous. Go sicko mode. Because if they're consistently talking about, oh my God, she's so fucking smart. Try to fuck them over in as many ways as possible. Yeah. Oh man. All right, let's get to the initiative. We're almost done, and I am psyched for Sunday when we finish this out. But I know, with how much I'm already talking about it before we've even started, I have a feeling I'll have a lot more to say about it before and after, or during and after.
Vegetation in that area is completely gone, and there's broken rock and glass everywhere still.
How deep is the crevasse?
It's about 20 feet deep at its deepest.
And everybody sees everybody, right?
Everybody sees everybody right now. I need you all to roll initiative.
Oh, Daniel, you're too slow. Oh my God, I'm so sad I have to work Sunday. No, I'm sorry. I am, as much as I don't like doing half eps, it's good for my voice, and I like that I've been hitting different time zones with starting Wednesday later and starting Sunday earlier. I like that I can hit different time zones with that sort of stuff. So that's kind of attractive to me. Yeah. What time? Blah, blah, blah. What time will you go live on Sunday? Before noon Central, probably 11:30. My goal right now is Sunday is going to be like 11:30, 12:30 range, which let's see. Central Standard Time. I don't know what UTC or whatever it is. UTC 6. UTC -6. Yeah, it's 7:21 p.m. right now for reference, and we started at like 2:30. So it's been like 5 hours. So yeah, my plan from now on is to try and start Wednesdays sometime between like 2:30 and 3:30, which we started this one at 2:30. And then Sundays 11:30, 12:30. Ideally, like I said, I'd like to do non-half eps, but like I said, it's good for my voice, and it allows like different people to be there at different lives, which sucks if it's like a really good one compared to a bad one, but I obviously can't tell that beforehand. So yeah. I'm glad I suggested we push to this moment. Oh, absolutely. I think it was a really good suggestion. And I think this was like good timing, like 5 hours is good, and it cuts down on the second half. Totally. I totally agree. Yeah. Yeah, an intelligent pause point like that. I might try, because normally if I'm doing a half ep, I just, do it at the break, period. But I think that being a little bit more flexible, if I am going to do the half eps, being a little bit more flexible with the pause point might be good. Yeah. It's honestly hard to stay with you for as long as you stream, and if it's healthier for you, to even better. It is. It shrinks down the stream time as well, which is good for viewability. Yeah. We'll see long term, but that's kind of where I'm leaning right now. Yeah. You really love the half eps mostly, just that I really want to be there for the next one. That's fair. I totally get it. I totally get it. Yeah. It's tough. It's tough when especially like certain streams are a little bit different. That's why I like to have the schedule so that people can reliably plan stuff, but sometimes it just doesn't work out. Yeah. Can you guess if the next episode is going to be impactful or not? I have a certain feeling that it might. The half eps better too. Everyone likes the half eps until we're stopping right before a really fun part, which is the same with me. Whenever I like the half eps in general, but then sometimes we get to a point and I'm like, I want to keep going, but I know I can't. But I'm excited. I'm excited for Sunday. Imagine if you stopped at the break. Dude, yeah, if I'd stopped at the break, God, Sunday would have been full. Sunday would have been very full. Yeah, we are at the Dogs Who Say No Take Only Throw. We also had a riot when you end a full ep and the next one is good. Fair enough. Yeah, that's fair. Oh man. I'm psyched. I'm psyched to see the use of the battle map. Honestly, I'm hyping it up a little bit. I need to cool down because, no matter how cool the map is, they're high level players. They have a lot of magic items at their disposal. It might get a little bit more basic, unfortunately. But largely I'm excited. It also might go a little bit slow. Again, unfortunately. But those are just D&D issues. Those, if we're comparing it to other D&D combats, I think it'll go really well, and I'm excited. So with that, I will leave you all there. I'm excited for Sunday. No Thursday. Friday also not a long stream. I might be on for like a prep stream because I have D&D on Friday. My first real D&D session that I'm DMing in like a year and a half, 2 years. I've played D&D in that time, and I GM'd BitD, but this will be my first time back to DMing in like a year and a half or 2 years. I'm psyched. Thank you. So I will have to let y'all know how it goes. I think we're probably also going to be back for Echoes of the Eye, depending on how my voice is doing, on Saturday. And then Critical Role on Sunday. Thank you all again. Have a good day, night, evening. I don't know. And I will see you all next time. Goodbye.